Welcome back to the Geometric View, episode 56, season 5. Today we have Mike Ferreira with Ancient Miners. We're going to get into electric geology, Lichtenberg flows, lightning mimicry, pseudo-lightning, and how humans showed up in 1833 in this wild theory and crazy episode. Get ready for it. Get into the circuit. So basically, we're getting into ancient electric mining. I'm Buddy James, your host. Let's get into it. Let's get into the circuit. We greatly appreciate your support. The best way to donate to us is on PayPal. Just send money directly to goldenscaling@gmail.com. Thank you very much.
Share my screen. Start now. And I'm going to go directly to Mike's page here.
And I will mute so you don't get no background noise.
Thank you.
And we will listen.
All right. So Mike, welcome to EPMC, the Geometric View, the Electric View. There's a bunch of different names. It's kind of like a collaboration of different groups here. But it's really Ramon's page, and he calls it the EPMC. So it's all about the electric universe, electric geology. We're all into that kind of stuff. So tell us a little bit about yourself and how you got interested in the electric geology.
Well, great. Well, thanks for having me on, guys. I appreciate it. Well, how did I get into this? I guess it all started when I started looking at volcanoes, and I started looking at volcanoes after I realized that the Earth was flat, and I started to look at volcanoes then, and the volcanoes led me to a lot of different things, which led me to look at rocks. And when I started looking at rocks, I discovered that rocks had a certain shape. And that certain shape has then led me to all the electrical things that I've discovered recently.
So I see that you're extremely prolific with your images, and I see these electric tabs that you're talking about, and that's what you're referring to as far as the shapes go. Are you seeing what's on my screen?
Yeah, I see that. Well, where I put the red circles, I call those tabs, electric tabs. And where that comes from is from something that I call the shape, which is the shape of the spaces between branches of electrical discharge. Like if you take a look at lightning and you see the shapes that are between the branches, that's what I call the shape. And the shape is the shape of rocks, the shapes of lakes, the shapes of countries, the shapes of all kinds of things, the shapes of life.
Right.
And that's so I've taken that idea of the shape and I've just run with it and have applied it to all kinds of different things, including body parts. I think you saw there, scrolled through there a minute ago.
Yeah, we'll definitely get back to that. I was just trying to find a lightning one. So these bifurcations that you're really zooming in on and showing us that there's a mimetics, a memory retention of a shape that is almost like a continuous flow. These are called Lichtenberg patterns.
Okay.
So I'm very curious to this perpetual type of continual flow, especially with the currents underneath the ground, with the telluric currents.
Okay.
We've been talking about this quite some time on our groups here with the electric view and the geometric view. So I think very similar to this way as well. Ever since I was younger, really, I did a painting and I sandwiched a painting together, and you get the Lichtenberg figures, which is the only thing that produced it is pressure and the release of pressure, which is what Walter Russell refers to as cold and hot seeking cold and cold seeking hot. but these Lichtenberg figures, they persist in almost every living system. It's almost like a vestige, like a fossil of a living conduit or system or electrical flow, and for lack of better terms. So do you believe that, like we often talk about, as the current moves through the earth, it pulls together minerals that are similar and it fuses them together in the same way, like you were mapping out the molehills here, and also the fulgurites, large scale fulgurites are like that.
Yeah.
Under the ground, the charge and everything. We theorize that yeah, it is charge doing that, and you can create gold. And you were talking about electrical mining, as
Yes.
if we put like electricity into the ground and it pulled together certain minerals in veins or in venous-like structures.
Yes.
So this is actually, I actually did this on a rock with high voltage electricity directly into rocks. And here, let me pull this up. This is one of my groups here. Photos. Let me see if we can get some of these rocks, some of these pictures of these rocks that I did here. This is the furniture. A lot of the furniture of electricity on the furniture.
More you do all that? That's awesome.
Yes, thank you. So this is a lot of different furniture that we did. We do a bunch of different more things. We do musical instruments.
Oh, wow.
Pianos, violins, guitars. But I'm specifically trying to find this one rock here. But anyway, my point is, if I can't find this rock here, that when you do put charge into a rock, especially high voltage charge, it pulls the surrounding iron. Anything that's iron inside the rock was pulled towards the charge. So I think you're right, and I think I was talking about this quite a long time ago, and I gave actually the lady who runs the Thunderbolts project, Susan, I gave her a rock with a really beautiful electrical pattern on it. Maybe it'll show up if I hashtag it here. So I think you're right. I do believe that. So what led you to those kind of conclusions of the electrical mining?
Oh, wow. That's it was just a lot. Well, just kind of unfolded over time. I guess what really led me to that was when I realized caves were shaped like lightning. Once I realized caves were shaped like lightning, then I took that idea of, well, if a lightning bolt can create a cave like that in the shape of lightning, well, can it make metal in the shape of lightning? And so that's kind of what I've been looking at, and I tried to come up with ideas about how all that could work, and learned about biomineralization and that kind of stuff, and so I kind of pieced together the idea that they took shells, biomineralized material, and that was the raw materials that they used to make rocks and minerals and metals. And obviously, I don't know the formula that they used, but
yeah. So what you're talking about here is transmutation of the elements.
Yes, I call it electrical alchemy.
Yep.
And
okay.
There's no way I'm going to know how it was done, because I just would have no idea how to figure that out. But we do see shells in limestone, and shells, produce calcium and different things. So it seems to me that that's probably where those things come from.
Okay. Yeah, if you were to be able to look at the top of the Earth, the globe, which we have Google Earth, you can see certain places where where the Earth was struck by lightning, or like a high voltage, big, excuse me, big electrical that happened on Earth. But you should be able to see if that indeed happened. You should be able to see veins like this. See, this is the rock, one of the rocks that I ended up being able to electrocute. Or
that's cool.
Thank you.
That's really neat.
So this is what I'm talking about here. See, that red wasn't there. And
I see that.
Yeah, it's not from burning the surrounding rock. It's actually from pulling it out of it's leaching the iron out of the rock and pulling it towards the charge. I
love that. That's great.
Thank you. Yeah,
That's
so
great.
it really backs up what you're talking about. It backs up what I've been talking about. Now, I believe I was the first person to create these rocks. I haven't found anybody else that made them first. They're really hard to find. First, you have to find the right rock. Then you have to be able to know how to do this, and it's not easy. It's actually really hard to do it on rock. And when you're doing it, there is pieces of rocks, big pieces of rocks, like if you could imagine glacial erratics or big boulders in the middle of the desert, like they popped off of mountains. Like when this electrical charge happened, they popped off of mountains and just became huge boulders that they often call glacial erratics.
Yeah.
That also happens on a scale here. It's like chiseling. It chips out these perfect cavitations of rocks.
I call those ejecta rocks.
Okay, yep, that would be a good name for them. And I'm sure the electric universe has a certain name for them as well.
Yeah, that is extremely interesting and exciting that you pulled the iron into that lightning bolt. I really like that, because my theory on this is when the discharge happens and that the material is pulled into the lightning bolt, and and certain material is pulled into it and certain material isn't, and the material that's pulled into it is what becomes the metal and the minerals. And as this is happening, a cave forms around this lightning bolt, and that's where all these caves come from.
They actually, the number one, the richest diamond procurer and finder of diamond mines in the world follows a technique that follows exactly what you're talking about. What he did is actually they're looking for what's called the rainbow serpent, and the rainbow serpent is different colored lightning or plasma charge that comes and hits the ground and goes into the ground, like you're talking, and builds these caves. Now he goes and he's based off of what other people say. Some people say, well, they saw the rainbow dragon. He goes. Then he goes to these big, like diamond is formed instantaneously during these electrical events. And let's see, I'm still sharing my screen. Yep, cool. And what is found, they're looking for a certain type of rock that's around the diamond mines. It's not willemite. We talked about this on the last episode. There's something that's indicative of diamond mines.
Kimberlite.
Kimberlite, you got it.
Yeah, I did a post on kimberlite and why they're in those tubes.
Yep, that's exactly why. It's actually showing the architecture of the geometry of the Dougherty set, and the birkeland currents, and a beautiful geometric arrangement. It's basically diamonds and all of what you're talking about. If electrical mining and telluric currents and all of this is true, what we're talking about here, basically this means that it's it's not the end result, but it's one of the results of current flow. Current flow just naturally working in the earth as the Schumann resonance pulls together and creates new elements. They're not forged in the sun. They're built here on earth. Later, not all the time they're forged in the sun, but they're also built here and grown on earth. Most rocks are growing right now. Most stones and crystals are growing as we speak.
Oh, you think so?
Oh, for sure, absolutely. They're all growing, which implies that they're living. If any system that's still plugged in, any crystal that's still plugged into the earth, where there's sediment and deposit, and you need time and you need pressure to build the crystal, they're growing. So Tesla said that crystals are alive. They're living creatures. They're alive. And just recently, now we're actually programming crystals. And we've been programming crystals for a while, but we're trying to create crystal computers because they're so efficient as memory storage.
Yep. Piezo power.
Yep, piezoelectric.
Yep.
So let's go back to your page here, and let's talk about a few things. So I see you got the caves here. My big thing is love is watching. That's one of my that's how I'm delivering the geometry to the world. One of the companies. So this vibes with me for sure. You got the chirality here. You got the it's like two bolts came in here and a helical pattern and fissioned their way or forged their way through the earth, creating not only a cavern and a cave, but it also decorates the caves with different crystals. Yep. As the pressure moves through the system, a lot of the time, according to rocks, there's two different. I went to school, and one of my favorite classes in college was field geology. So I learned a few things about geology, and they taught us that if the finer the crystal on the stone, the quicker it took to cool. The larger the crystal, the longer it took to cool. So that's called aphonetic and phonetic. One is smaller crystals and one is larger crystals. So what we used to think took a long time to create these large crystals could actually happen in a quicker time, a faster amount of time, which has been shown in space. It's faster to grow crystals in space, but it'd be good to actually prove this in the lab and show that if we have certain silica oxides or put different things in there, carbon, and if we can pressurize it and put lightning through the sand, which Jacob Gable and a couple of our other electric experimentalists do, we can help prove what your theory is here. So
I like it. I need some smart science guys to put the math and the physics to this, because that's out of my wheelhouse.
Yeah, I invited you to our group on Electric Universe Geology, and probably I'll invite you to the geometry if you're not already there.
Okay, cool.
So these electric tabs would be like where current would be coming in and out of the of this piece of coal.
I don't know necessarily coming in or coming out, but I would, like that picture there, I would say the electrical charge went around it.
Okay.
Like all the way around it. Just like if you think about a space between the branches of lightning, that rock would sit in that space, and the bolt would go around it. And if you look at lightning, you'll see that lightning has these tabs. Not every space between branches of lightning have the tab, but a lot, or almost, probably most of them do have a tab or two or more. but not everyone does. And some of the spaces between lightning that doesn't have the tabs, those are also the shapes of rocks, because not all rocks have tabs. But rocks are the shapes of the spaces between branches of lightning. That's what I've concluded.
Okay.
After looking at all this stuff.
And the veins that might surround the veins of like calcite, or the veins of quartz, or any type of vein, feldspar, would be where the current would work around the rock, and like it would be entombed almost, and then it would entomb more rocks around it as the what's that called? As the laminate layers of rocks move around it. Like, I guess I have to show you a picture of what I'm talking about.
Well, it seems to me that certain material works its way toward the lightning bolt itself, and other material works its way away from it.
Yeah.
And I'm not sure how, but that's what it seems like. And in the space between the branches, you'll see a rock that's shaped like the space between the branches of lightning, but it'll also have veins in it too. So I don't know if that is, there's, when you look at lighting in the sky, are we really seeing every piece of it, or are we only seeing the main bright, thick spots of it, and there's actually tinier filaments or whatever you want to call them that are running through there, and you just can't see them.
Indeed.
I'm sure magnetism plays a role in all this too, because there's a magnetic field that goes along with that electrical discharge, and that has a shaping effect, like that cliff right there. Are those lines there, or is that the magnetic field making that?
Versus sedimentary layers like we've been taught.
Yeah, because I think what you're looking at there, that's a cave wall. And a giant piece of metal ran right along that wall, and it got removed. They removed the ceiling, and they reached down in there and pulled that baby right out of there. And then what they do is they either leave them empty and it becomes a canyon, or they backfill it with water and it becomes a lake, or
it fills up with water naturally after they pull up the stuff.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, because this has got me looking at rocks in a whole new way. I'm definitely a rock hound. I got, my friend is Eric Rintamaki, who found the Uperlites, who discovered the Uperlites. And,
I know those.
Yeah, he's a great guy. I'm blessed to meet him, and his success is due to his character. He's such a wonderful person. But it was good to meet him, and to actually find a bunch more rocks that fluoresce when you shine different lights on them.
Yeah, that's fascinating. I got a few of those rocks in a little UV light. It's pretty awesome to look at it.
Yeah, it's definitely good stuff, and gets more people out and about looking for rocks and being out in nature more. So here's a picture of what you're talking about, and my whole theory is what you're talking about here. I'm an interdisciplinary geometer, so that covers all aspects of inquiry, whether it's biological, philosophical, religious. I'm finding correlations in all of these fields with the geometry that I discovered. So once Don Scott, who's the gentleman, doctor who came up with the math for a birkeland current, said that I was doing that, and my math and the geometry was actually mapping out what he was talking about, but with higher degree of accuracy of detail. I ran with it, and I'm running with it, and running fast. So it's good to see people to forming these same conclusions that I'm coming to as well. Am I still sharing my screen?
Yeah.
Okay. Now let's get into what you were talking about here with the invisible lightning. Now, the majority of what's happening here that we're taught in mainstream academia and in the electric universe, we believe that it's the majority of the universe is made of plasma. That's what everyone's saying. So plasma exists in three forms: dark mode plasma, glow mode plasma, and arc mode plasma. So I guess there's probably other forms of plasma, but those are the three main forms that they say it exists in. So when you see lightning, you're only seeing a portion of what the charge is actually doing, like you were suspecting. So you're only seeing the arc mode of the plasma, but there's an entire dark mode that leads to that, like an entire huge network that goes out into the Van Allen belts and the auroras, and it goes through the Earth, out into space, hundreds of thousands of miles into space, and these sounds are reverberated, repeated, and resounding. So what's happening is they're fractal cascades that are moving in tubes out in the larger space around the Earth.
Okay.
These are directly tied to the tendrils of lightning, and this all controls all living creatures on the Earth. It's all connected in something that's called the global electric circuit. The global electric circuit is connected to the solar electric circuit. The solar electric circuit is connected and dialed directly into the galactic electric circuit, which is tied into the Leonikia electric circuit. So these smaller scale, larger scale, the scalability of what we're talking about here is on all scales, and we're seeing the result here in the Earth of some of the remains of charge moving through the ground. Now, the wolves communicate with the auroras and with these electrical sounds in the air, and they can hear them. They can hear the auroras. So they not only correct the sounds of the auroras, they add to them and move around through something called a trophic cascade. They move around all the creatures, and they actually enrich the environment, which all apex predators enrich the environment using this same type of branching tree type pattern of the Lichtenberg flow.
Okay.
So what we have here in the global picture is we have electricity moving through all systems and leaving its mark as it moves through all systems. And you're showing off something that I haven't seen anybody really show off, the space in between charge creating these pockets. If you think of geodes aren't, we as a group are collectively rewriting, along with Michael, I think Steinbacher, and some other geologists are really and you yourself are rewriting what is the truth about geology. It's electric geology.
Absolutely.
And it really makes a lot of sense. I myself haven't really dug too much into the flat Earth, but it doesn't matter to me whether it's flat or sphere. Everything's showing me that everything in life has to do with cascades of spheres. So I'm going to go with it's most likely spherical. I haven't gotten to the flat Earth too much, but that's negligible. It doesn't matter what you believe. We're talking about, it doesn't matter whether the Earth is flat or round, what we're talking about. The subject.
I agree. I would agree with that. Absolutely.
This is just so exciting to see someone point out all these similarities, because we've been working with a gentleman named David Brown with Electric Universe Eyes on YouTube.
Mm-hmm.
Him and another gentleman named Jacob Gable, and he does direct plasma experiments in the lab and creates images just like you see here on the bottom. These craters, and these craters are showing hexagonal, octagonal mouth openings, like the tops and bottoms, not only here on Earth and in his lab, but also on the moon.
Yeah.
From electrical scarification. Oh, you had to black out the vagina here.
Well, I originally posted it without it being blacked out, but then I thought about it after a while. I thought, well, maybe that's not going to be nice popping up on people's news feed, so I blacked it out and moved the original photo down in the comments so people didn't have to necessarily see it.
That's great.
But it does match pretty darn good.
Oh, dude, there's so many cleavage, clitoral, vaginal openings in the earth.
Oh,
Not just caves, just all over, man. It's great.
Yeah.
I mean, Mother Mary Magdalene, that's her shrine. You know, you have Mary right there in the center of it, typically.
Yeah, absolutely.
So you decided to leave the penis up and hide the vagina?
Well, that's why I put the vagina originally without it blacked out, because I thought, well, it's only fair, right? I'd be sexist if I chose to treat them differently. So, but you can see very few people shared the vagina post, but more people shared the penis post.
Yeah. I mean, it made me. I was actually studying it when you posted it, and I'm like, oh damn, dude, I need to like memorize some of those names. That's really hot for some dirty talk. Like, oh, the labia majora, and keep going on. Glands of the clitoris. I never even knew that was a spot. So I'm glad that we. I mean, there's so much similarities here in your work, and is this a real place?
That's not mine. Somebody shared that there. I think that's a real place, but I think it's a modern construction, I think.
Yeah.
It's an elevator or something like that.
So I'm seeing these shapes that you keep showing here. You know, I believe that everything has a uniqueness to it. I got to update your flyer here, but there's your flyer.
Awesome. I'm so excited. That's the greatest moment, one of the greatest moments in my life, being on that poster. I'm psyched. I'm really excited about the whole thing.
Same here. Yeah, it's really a good group of people. You know, very scientific and into not theories, but initially the theme of it was going to be proof, but I changed it to electric futurism because there's so much that we're doing right now that we need that's already electric. Like the future of food is electric, the future of smoking is electric, the future of maybe drinking is electric. Probably. I mean, you know, there's so many ways to desalinate water, and not desalinate. What's it called?
Structure.
The water.
Structure the water.
No, water when it's evaporated, distilled. There's so many ways. When you distill water, that's electric. Most of the time you electrically distill it, heating it up with an electric apparatus. But yeah, I mean, the future of space travel, the future of travel on Earth. I drive a Prius, and it's a hybrid. I never want it to be fully electric. You know, that's a lot, and then I have to keep plugging in. So I personally like the hybrids myself. So what image is this of the star? This is an incredible image of a star. I've never seen one look like this before.
I got that somewhere on Facebook. But I've seen enough images of stars that I know they look like that.
Right.
So I just took that one because I thought it was one of the better examples, because you could see it a little more clearly. And as soon as I saw it, I said to myself, oh, that's my shape right in there.
Mm-hmm. Indeed, it is. It looks like, you know, Don Scott is the gentleman who wrote the book, The Electric Sun. And that's the gentleman I was just talking about. But yeah, he's one of the higher ups, the top two people that run the Thunderbolts project, Don Scott and Walt Thornhill. So I see this. That this is what I think too. That the electric current is in our DNA, and we're transceivers. So we're receiving and transmitting this consciousness. All night long we're sleeping. We never stop. We never stop dreaming or thinking. All night we're dreaming and thinking. That's electric. This is cool here.
Yeah.
A rainbow star. Oh my gosh, that's incredible. Wow. And this is why stars twinkle.
Yeah. I mean, I have a telescope, and that's sort of what they look like to me.
Yeah. Wow. Yeah, dude, you can look up at the sun. You can look up at the stars at night, especially if you're in a clear space with low light pollution, and you can see that they're connected by filaments. The whole thing's connected by filaments. I mean, we're learning this now. We don't consider it in the electric view dark matter or dark energy. Which kind of has the right name. I mean, it is energy. They're birkeland currents. That's what we consider it. Most of them in the electric universe paradigm. But even in our view, there's so many other people that have different views. There's people from the magnetism universe that are against the people that are in the electric universe. It's all kind of silly. It's so silly to me. It's like, come on, dude. It's electromagnetic. Come on, guys. Like, let's put the magnetic people with the electric people and call it electromagnetism.
That makes sense to me.
Yeah, I just took the word plasma out of it. And I mean, there's so many words already. It's like plasma, electromagnetism, blah, 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 blah. How long does the title need to be?
So, there you go. Yeah.
It's electromagnetism. That's what it is.
Yeah, makes sense to me. And then you get a lot of people that it's a vibration and it's sound and it's all these things. Well, I think it's all kind of wrapped up into one.
Yes, I'm actually fully about sound. The whole thing is made up of sound, but I'm not gonna call it the sound universe. I mean,
yeah.
Well,
when people say to me, "Oh, it's all done by sound," I'm like, well, sound doesn't happen upon itself. It needs something to create that sound.
Yep, and it needs a medium.
Yeah.
Yep. But yeah, I'm fully all for the sonic universe. My theory is based off of if the auroras actually make a sound. I found this out a couple of years ago, and I've based the majority of all the preponderance of my sciences at working towards this thesis called Sonobiology, which really has to do with the breakdown of the electrical current and the electrical circuitry from the sun to the earth, through the earth, and throughout the earth, through all living creatures, and everything is made out of a cascade of sound. And sound cascading envelopes and builds bodies in the heavens first, and then those bodies are reanimated or built and constructed on the earth. It's like it's weird because there's like we have a heavenly body, a light body already. Everything does. This is kind of why we feel like everything's scripted, or it could be a simulated universe, because there's, I don't believe in the multi-universe, but I think there is at least a duality of our reflection of our bodies in heaven and on earth. And anyway, that's enough getting into that, but this is really cool here. This is really, really cool. So let's talk about Tartaria a little bit. We don't talk about that enough.
Okay.
So do you think this was made out of mud, this house or this structure here that they cut? It looks like it was cut out of rock, or do you think it was built?
I have not studied that particular building because there's really not much on it. All I could really find was that photo.
It's Chicago. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, it wasn't cut out of ground.
I think that the rock, that the stones that they used for building, that all come from the stones that they created when they were mining.
So, I don't really know what the larger Tartarian perspective is here. I really don't. I'm kind of ignorant to it, but a lot of people are trying to get me more into it. It seems like there was a couple hundred years where we built these buildings that looked like they were pulling energy out of the atmosphere, or maybe a
Yeah.
couple thousands of years. I mean, you look in Tibet and they have buildings that resemble capacitors, and uh, it's just incredible.
Yeah. I do not believe in the Tartarian thing. Uh, for me, the people that people think are the Tartarians, those are the miners. The miners built all those buildings. The miners built pretty much everything. The miners built the railroads. They built the roads. They built everything. I don't believe that there was a group of people called the Tartarians. I think that's just another line of another rabbit hole for people to go down trying to figure
There,
out who really runs the place, and it wasn't them, because no one ever heard of Tartaria until about what, 3-4 years ago, something like
actually,
that.
I study this anthropologist. He's great, Robert, or maybe I think it's Robert Sepper. He's an anthropologist, and he does talk about Tartar and the Tartarian Empire.
Okay.
So it did definitely exist, but I think we're just now, like, we didn't hear about it as much in history, and it wasn't talked about. So it was one of those things that seems like it was under the radar that
Okay.
people might be able to garner some views from. But I don't really necessarily believe in it either. Everybody's like, where's all the people in the pictures? If you take a long time lapse video photo, which is all those photos from a long time ago, you wouldn't get anybody. If anybody was on the streets or moving around, you wouldn't capture them. All you would capture is empty pictures because people are
Yeah.
moving.
Well,
So
I think the reason why we see all these old pictures with very few people there is because there were very few people there. Because after the miners got done mining the earth, they left. And they left all of these millions of giant stone buildings that are too big for us.
so what? So who do you think were the miners? Do you think they were the giants that came, the Nephilim, or what?
Well, I've reached the conclusion that the miners are about 9 feet tall, and I base that on the size of the doors and windows of the buildings.
Yeah.
I don't know if you've ever been in any of these old buildings, but I have. I used to live in Chicago, and I've been in a lot of these old structures, and they're gigantic.
Yeah.
The windows are tall, the ceilings are tall. We would never make buildings that size because we're not that tall. And that's where I come up with the idea that the miners are about 9 feet tall. And if you look at old pictures, you'll see 9 feet tall people.
Yeah.
So my guess would be those people that we see in these pictures are maybe the great grandkids of some of the miners that are still that remained. And I don't see how modern man could have built those buildings in the 1800s. There's just no way. I mean, when you look when the first quarry opened in the United States, when you look when they invented the first crane and the first whatever, you'll see they would have had to build all those buildings with horse and buggies, and
Right.
that could never happen. There's millions of those structures. I live in Iowa, and all over Iowa, there's all these old mud flooded structures that are way too big and expensive for the budget that people would have had back in the 1800s. And
Have
that's
you
what. No, go
have
ahead.
you heard of star forts?
Oh yeah, I
Yeah.
find.
I mean,
No, go
go
ahead.
ahead.
I find star forts to be. I'm not sure what they are. I wish I could figure it out.
Well, it goes along with what you're saying because they're just gigantically enormous structures. Here, let me pull one up. Star forts. Here we go. Hang on. They're all over, and they're just all over, especially in the United States. And what I'm finding is that, and we did a whole episode on this, but what we were finding is that they were all built on previously existing structures, and these walls and these buildings were so big. It was like, what were they trying to do? What were they trying to keep out? Like dinosaurs? Like were they trying to preserve? Was there an ancient way where we could preserve the memory of the culture by building the geometry that resounds with the memory of the culture? You know, like because I believe that we keep having. Well, I mean, science is showing that we keep having catastrophe event after catastrophe event after catastrophe event. So naturally, you would think that a culture would try to come up with a way how to preserve their memory, almost like a computer.
Mm-hmm.
And maybe they tried to preserve their memory and their legacy through their construction of their temples. Like a lot of people think that the Great Pyramid was built for a nuclear reactor or to make gold. There's a lot of theories about that. So if you take all these weird theories and you apply them to these star forts, like, were they trying to keep out people? But the walls were so big, it's like, were they trying to keep out dinosaurs? Like, what really was going on? And we all over the earth, and we saw that these star forts exist by ports. So they were basically like port authority, import and export bottleneck places on the earth.
I look at them. No, go ahead.
Go ahead.
I kind of look at them and I kind of wonder, all right, when I think about what was going on at the time that those things were being used, electrical discharges were happening in the ground as people were electrically mining all over. Is the configuration of the star fort some sort of protective mechanism to keep electricity out of there?
Ooh, that's a good way to look at it.
Now,
I often think that people, so many subterraneous underground cultures, knew that they needed to build underground places to inhabit because the weather was so bad outside. And you can see the reflection of this in the culture of Japan and in China, where they practice feng shui, and they allow the current or energy to move through the room, all the way to the point where they built huge, nowadays modern skyscrapers with holes in them to allow dragons, what they called as dragons, to move through Hong Kong. Have you heard of that yet? Here, I'll pull up some pictures in Hong Kong, and we used to see plasma as dragons on the earth, and that dragons are real. Dragons are just electrical discharge in different color gases. So it's ionized electrons, ionized atoms. So we saw this, especially in, like I said, the Japan culture, and they built their whole entire everything off of, if you look at the roofs of their structure, they come to points. All of our structures are built to try to avoid electricity, and you know, even the electric rods that people used to put on their houses, and you still sometimes need on your houses to keep your house grounded. They had to keep these large structures grounded.
Mm-hmm.
So here, let's look at this. Holes in skyscraper. Boom. Isn't that weird?
Oh yeah, I've seen that in Miami. There's a building like that.
So this was initially done in Hong Kong, and think of how much property in real estate they're missing just by putting these huge holes inside of their edifice. You know, it's pointless. It's pointless unless you believe, like they believe, that the dragons are there, and this is for good luck and to allow the energy to work and move through the structure without killing it or destroying it. So this particular pattern here that we were just at, so that's some good new fodder for you for to show people. I see you got a couple of buildings there. You could start showing people the holes in them. I haven't really done it. You know, a lot of people don't know about it, so take it, run with it.
I'll look into it.
Let's see. Sorry, I got to scroll back down where we were.
I've got thousands of posts. It's a nightmare scrolling through there.
So what's this? What the F is this, dude?
Oh, the fire. That's a Photoshop, I think.
I've heard of it. Like, we tried to talk about it a couple episodes ago, but a Blarney stone, is this something that in Ireland they believe is real, or what?
Well, if you go look up the Blarney stone, it's some weird structure that people get upside down, I think, to kiss it. And I don't even see it looking like a stone. And so this stone that they have in the air there, I have no idea if that's the Blarney stone, or they call all kinds of things Blarney stones. When you go to look at where that picture come from and they give you the technical aspects of the camera and all that, it says Photoshop in it.
Right.
So that was obviously Photoshopped. I don't think they shot a rock through the sky over those guys. Yeah. But it had the shape in it, so I had to use it because I thought it was cute.
So something that just occurred to me when you were talking just now is there's a name for it. We could Google it. Let's Google it right now. The worship of stones. Because you know what the Dome of the Rock is? They're worshiping a stone, a meteorite, supposedly. Yeah. So let's look up the worship of stone. This is good. Oh, stones.
Wait, are you talking about the square building in Mecca, that place?
Yes.
I did a post on that.
Oh, I love it. Oh yeah, dude. We all do, man.
I compared that stone to the ape cave at Mount St. Helens. There's a structure in that cave that comes to a ball in between the walls. Because I think that's what that stone is.
Really?
Yeah.
What's the name of it? Do you know? Stone worship. The name.
I have all this stuff.
There it is. I knew there was a name for it. Oh wait, what's this?
This is it the Kaaba stone, or is that the name of the building? No, the stone is called I can't even say it. Just Jagralswad, the Holy Black Stone, which looks sort of like an agate, but looks more like like I said.
There's a picture. There's a picture of it. I've never seen it.
Yeah, there's some pictures of it. They look different because some pictures show it looking red, and most pictures show it looking black. And they say that all the people touching it and stuff has turned it black. So I don't know if that's true or not. It could be.
You know what that means? That means it's mostly it means it's probably made of like what's that called when it comes from the top of the bottom of a cave? Stalactite or stalagmite?
Stagnite, yeah.
So you were right. You said a cave earlier. There's a sphere in the cave.
Yeah.
If you touch that stuff, it turns black. Huh. Okay. Okay, I'm looking up the image. It's tiny. There's a tiny stone. Really? It's that small?
No, well, right there, that silver-looking thing, it's right inside that. Yeah, right there.
So it's on the out.
Yeah.
Is that just a piece of it that's on the outside of Mecca?
Yes.
So there's more inside.
I'm not really sure. They say that that piece there is in like a bunch of parts. But when I look at it, I mean, it sort of looks like one stone to me, but I don't know. I don't know what the other side looks like, how big it really is in there.
This is the first time. This is the first time I've ever seen this. I've always wanted to see the rock. Leave it up to Mike here to get us into the spot of new territory.
I did a big post on that. I forget how long ago, but I have all kinds of pictures. When you look at the Kaaba, the building there, and the way the people sit around it in the circle looks just like a bar magnet sitting in the middle of metal filings.
Cymatics, yeah. If you look at cymatics, they also move in the same way. My buddy did a perfect square with circle with like filings looking like it's moving around it. Let's talk about electromagnetism again. That's the same darn thing. There's a chirality to it too. You're not supposed to walk counterclockwise, or you're only supposed to walk clockwise, one or the other. I forget, but you're only supposed to circle it one way, which brings us into religious. Man, I'm having brain farts today. What is it when you do something over and over in a religion?
I don't know.
Yeah. Either way, yeah, that's neither here nor there. Yeah, it gets us into habits, and I'm sure someone here could tell us what the name is here, or put it in the link, our viewers. But yeah, it basically pulls an orthodoxy. When you see that you do something and it creates a result, oftentimes you keep doing that and it creates the result you're looking for. You're following a current, you're following a circuit. Our consciousness is following a circuit. Everything is following a circuit.
Yep.
New religions, people who are in America, we have the wonderful ability here to become tax-free, tax-exempt by starting a 501c3 religious cause or belief, and there's so many of them forming. So if you want to follow Jay-Z or you want to follow Kanye West, there's a circuit there. You want to follow Joyce Myers, there's a circuit there. It's about building circuits and building powerful people that are holding knowledge and able to distribute it. So if you look at these promotional speakers, really they're just working with the circuit and paths of least resistance, and that's why it's another good reason not to worship idols, because you don't want to worship the circuit. You want to worship what the circuit. You want to not necessarily even worship what the circuit's talking about. Every time you put faith in your pastoral leader or whoever's in the pulpit, you're going to fail. You put faith in a man, you put trust in a woman or anybody, they're going to fail, because we all do. We all fall short, you know? So you're gonna, no matter who it is, whether it's Will Smith, who you're upset with right now because he smacked someone, whatever it is, we're following currents and circuits in our lives. And every religion does the same thing. It's following this life force and or death force, because the chirality of both gives power. There's a dark power and a light power. And just like we were talking about earlier, with plasma being dark mode, glow mode, and arc mode, there's dark. If you look at anything in the world, the dark arts and dark operations are always labeled black. Black star, black. It's black operations, black, dark, men in black, with real organizations, all this stuff. It's dark. Skull and Bones. There's a darkness there. They're not presenting a lightness. They're not presenting light. Like, you have to go through these rituals of actually dying and like being put into a coffin and trusting that they're going to let you out. These rituals is what I was looking for earlier. The word. These rituals are tied directly into the circuit, and they're oftentimes lies that the cult leader is promoting upon the public. You can't get on to the next level of understanding, and you won't receive the light, or we won't teach you more unless you do this, this, and this. So you do it, you realize it gains power, because darkness gains power, and so does light. That's why there's light rituals and dark rituals. There's a power to this and a chirality to this. And, I just wanted to emphasize that since we're talking about charge and the power of it, it can be controlled. One organization, if they control both sides of the light and dark, they will win always. That's why we fight and fund both sides of the war, because you always win. If you always want to win, you have to do the light and the dark. You have to win both the sinners and the non-sinners. You can't just, to equate it to Christianity or whatever. And I'm not saying you can't, you have to become dark in order to realize the light, which I think is a lie. I think a lot of people are trying to say that, look, get in touch with your shadows, do dark things, do bad things, so that you know what your dark side is, so that you can recognize it and know that it's there, in order to become lighter and be a better person. Maybe that's true, maybe it's not, but I still don't think that you should move towards dark energies and do bad things and expect good results.
Yeah, that makes sense.
So what are we looking at here? What's this?
Well, that would be where I come up with the idea that the whole world's the floor of a cave, and that's a stalactite basically sticking up out of the ground that they left. There's all kinds of these formations that are pieces of caves that are left behind.
This reminds me of, I can't not look at this and think of the phallic images that we saw earlier and the obelisk.
Yeah.
And that's ties directly into what you were just saying. What is the obelisk, and why did we commission the obelisks from Egypt to move all over the world to the PowerPoint central places in the world? And if one brick was destroyed, the person who destroyed it was murdered, killed. Yeah.
When you say the obelisk, you're talking about that big, long, square, rectangle thing?
Yep, just like looking like these guys with the point at the top.
Yeah, I actually did a post on that semi-recently, and that structure, the obelisk, the Aswan quarry, right? That thing, I can show you a cave that has that exact same piece of rock in it. I did a post on that a while back, because those rocks come from quarries.
Go ahead.
I was going to say, this one here you have up there, that's me stretching things to the max. I offer that up to suggest that, were these rocks really carved, or could they actually have been shaped that way? Obviously, No, go ahead.
It looks like, and we've talked about this a couple of episodes ago. I wanted to have you on earlier than I contacted you, but we talked about you and your content here a couple episodes ago. And this looks like this looks like a circuit board, yeah. And you can see how energy would flow, a large scale circuit board to run who knows what. You know, there's other metals that pyrite actually, pyrite, and there's one other metal that also, when it crystallizes, creates this same type of structure here.
Yeah, there's not too many that look quite like that. That's kind of unusual look.
What's up with this Brazil? That's an above image of Brazil.
No, that's a mineral that was from Brazil.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so I'm kind of comparing a mineral with a rock, sort of. So that's why I say I kind of stretch the limits on this one. But I'm just offering it up for what it's worth.
Well, this one makes some of the most sense to me. There's a lot of different villages. The entire village could be a circuit board. Yeah, I mean, it's one of the ones that make a lot of sense to me.
I hear a lot of people talking about circuit boards. It's circuit board cities, and all of this stuff is circuit boards. And I know very little about electricity and circuit boards, but it seems to me that a circuit board is used for a specific function to send signals from different parts of an electric machine to other parts and to do stuff like that. And it doesn't have anything to do with the generation of power. So I'm not sure why we would have all these circuits that everyone wants to say exist to what end?
Right. I'm not 100% we have power either. I'm very good at juggling multiple theories and not being tied to any of them.
Yeah.
But this, you know what this reminds me of? This actually reminds me of the logo of Facebook in Freemasonry. So let's look at that. Images right here. I don't know what this is. I'm not a Freemason, but I have a lot of close friends that are high up Freemasons, naturally because of the work that I do.
Mm-hmm.
It's all geometry, so I mean, the god for Freemasons is the Grand Geometer. So,
you know why they call them Freemasons?
Because they were once not free.
Because they got free masonry. They inherited the structures that the miners left when they left for us when they left. They got free masonry. They got control of all the things. You know, who decided who owns all these buildings and all these places? They did.
They also built them. And if you're looking at if anybody's looking at Tartaria, you can't do Tartaria without talking about the Freemasons that actually built all of these beautiful cathedrals. And what's funny to me is, how can people believe in Tartaria, that these buildings were impossible to build by humans, if we can see cathedrals still exist that are better than the Tartarian buildings and technology that existed? These ancient cathedrals. I mean, we built them. It's clear humans built them. We know a lot of the people who actually, the architects who were the people who built them. So I don't know. I'm not really into the ancient aliens. I think we are the aliens, but it's also hard to try to fully understand it, because in my beliefs, and in Robert Ashcroft's beliefs and some other people who I've talked to in the electric universe, there is a way to move through the multidimensional circuitry and go into the past and the future. So it's really hard for me to really nail down exactly what I think on that. I'm still pretty open on it.
Yeah, it's a lot of stuff to figure out.
That's for sure. So, so where are you based? Where are you out of? Iowa?
Yeah, I live in Muscatine, Iowa, a little town on the river. Land of the corn. Now, those little things are, I would say those are cave formations, again, and they just carve them out. When electric rock is made, it is not rock. The material that turns into rock was not rock before it turned into rock through the electrical discharge. It takes time for this rock to cool. So if you got in there right away, you could easily carve all these things up. And I think that's what they did.
As it was mud.
Well, I wouldn't call it mud, but as it was hardening.
Hardening,
as it was cooling. Because when it was first formed, I would imagine it was blazing hot.
Yeah, that goes along with a lot of what we're talking about. What would match that is if there's underground tunnels around here, because a lot of people speculate that they built during the night because it was too hot outside and there was too much charge outside during the day. So they went underground during night or during the day, and they came out and built during the day. That's what a lot of people are saying. A lot of people are saying they built the Great Pyramids and some of the pyramids at night too, because there was lights. They had lights that still work to this day in the pyramids that they took out and are still working. I've heard this anyway.
Yeah, I've actually done a few posts on the Great Pyramids, and my conclusion with the Great Pyramids is, or the Great Pyramid and all the pyramids, is that the blocks, the limestone blocks that they used to make them, come from the limestone caves. And if you look at the blocks in limestone caves, you'll see they're already formed already. They were already in block form. All they had to do is break them up and go restack them.
Yeah. Wow. That's definitely a good theory for sure.
Yeah, I've did a pretty good post, I think, comparing the blocks, and I mean, it looks just like them.
How many years have you been at this? When did you get into this?
I've probably been doing this hardcore for probably 4 years now. The electrical part of it took me a little bit to get into, because like I said, I started with volcanoes, trying to prove volcanoes are fake, which I think I've done. And then from there, I started to get into all this electrical stuff. Once I realized that rocks were shaped like the space of lightning, then suddenly everything I did had to do with electricity, because I knew that was the ticket. I knew I found the secret.
Your path is completely unique. I haven't heard anything like it. What do you mean by volcanoes are fake? They're happening still. They're still around. Are we powering? What do you think?
Volcanoes is one of the most difficult topics. My folder showing what volcanoes has probably 1,000 exhibits in it, because it's a heck of a long story. When you look at volcanoes, the first thing you'll notice is that they're shaped like mining waste piles, and they're shaped like cave cones. And I probably have taken 50 or more volcanoes and matched them up with mining waste piles and slag heaps and cave cones and things like that. And when you start to look at volcanoes, you'll see that there's really no passageway for lava in any other volcanoes. You'll see that all the craters have a flat bottom that you can walk across. Mm-hmm. And the ones that do have some red material, lava, you'll see that only happens in a few places. And when you take a look at these few places, you'll see that, for example, that the red stuff that comes out is in the shape of lightning. If you look at every lava flow, you'll see that the lava flow is in the shape of lightning. And the reason it is because electrical discharge is flowing through that material, keeping it hot and liquidy. Because
Yeah.
if you look at any experiment where people have taken melted rock, including some stuff I covered where I showed some geology, volcano geology place doing experiments with lava showing it pouring, but what you see is it doesn't go nowhere. It hardens in seconds, and it doesn't flow at all. It doesn't flow, period. It could barely flow down a ramp before it hardens. And the reason why the lava flows in certain places is because electrical discharge is running through it.
That's 100% true. Lava is actually a plasma flow.
Absolutely.
Melted rock is plasma.
Yeah. And I'm not sure it's melted rock, buddy. I don't really think it is. I think it's molten salt. Maybe coal waste is easily the because explaining this is very complicated because it's a whole long story. Because you got talking about where the rain goes when the rain, falls on the ground and goes into the ground. Where does it really go? And it goes down to the plumbing in the basement, and there'll be
water is electric itself. Water flow is all electric. It's following the path of least resistance.
Yeah. But I think that the material that becomes the lava is the sediment and material that washes through the plumbing at the bottom, and they just pump it out while electrifying it using the directed energy weapon, and that's what lava is. It's not really melted rock, because melted rock does not flow, period.
So do you think, what you're saying here, correct me if I'm wrong, is that you think that we're creating volcanoes? Humans are involved in creating volcanoes. Is that for electrical mining or what?
No, the volcano stuff for me goes to, it's just a way that they try to get you to believe we live on a ball in space and we live on the outside of this ball, and on the inside of this ball there's a big ball of magma, and that stuff erupts up to the surface. So they use that as it's just a reason to get you to believe that we're a lonely ball in space when we're not.
So it's really hard. It's really hard for me to wrap my mind around the flat universe. But I understand some of your perspective is definitely hinged upon that. So leaving the I guess we don't have to even leave the flat Earth or spherical Earth out of this. Whether it's flat or sphere, charge is coming from the sun, and when there is a CME, the CMEs are directly correlated to earthquakes and volcanoes here on Earth. So it's tied in directly to the solar electric and global electric circuit, definitely. But I like to personally believe that there's not a grand conspiracy about us trying to prove that the Earth is round through volcanoes. I think of it, it's just happening, whether it's round or flat. I know that volcanoes and earthquakes are happening as well.
Yeah.
So,
like you said earlier, whether the Earth is flat or round, it really doesn't make any difference as far as explaining the surface of the Earth and why it looks like it does. Whether you believe that the Earth is flat or round, is that in of itself is a massive research project trying to look at all the different aspects of it to reach a conclusion one way or the other. And I've actually spent time looking at it, and I know it sounds crazy to everybody, but I guarantee you the surface of the Earth that we live on is flat. I mean, everything shows it that way.
My ex-wife just admitted that she's a flat earther to me and my daughter, and we just, I'm sorry, don't take this offensively, but we laughed our ass off and we looked at her and we said that explains a lot.
Well, look, the first time I saw a discussion of flat Earth quite a long time ago, I ignored it. I'm sure I probably laughed at people about it at the beginning, but then the more and more I saw people talking about it, and I decided, okay, I'm gonna look, and so I started looking, and then I was like, okay, well, that looks like that's true. And I look some more, and I go, okay, that looks like it's true. And then the more you look, the more you realize that everything you can look at all shows that the Earth has no curve to it. As crazy as it is to believe. And the reason
I've seen some pretty convincing arguments. Go ahead.
And so I can't imagine that there could exist a flat plane somewhere in the middle of space or wherever you want to put this flat plane at. So I concluded the only way for there to be a flat plane that could exist would be if it was inside of a structure. And so for me, I figure, well, the structure is most likely a ball because the ball gives the greatest strength that you could have a structure of. I think I'm right about that. Maybe I'm wrong. But so that's where I come up because I got what?
A sphere is a minimal energy configuration.
Okay.
Everything on Earth is a minimal energy configuration, and it's maximum efficiency, minimum energy, maximum efficiency.
Yeah, that makes sense. So I worked out actually a whole model of the Earth and with a flat plane and a ball, and I've come up with the idea that the Earth is powered by piezoelectricity, that there's an outer shell to the Earth that looks kind of like the Star Wars Death Star. Just inside that steel shell is a layer of water, and inside that is a quartz shell. And that the Earth sets in water, and that the water pressure that the Earth sets in squeezes the steel shell, which squeezes the water, which squeezes the quartz shell without breaking it. And you can adjust the water pressure of the water in between there so they don't break the quartz shell. And the pressure that's put on the quartz shell through water pressure, like a submarine, creates piezoelectricity, because if you squeeze quartz, it creates electricity. So that's my model of how the Earth works. It's a piezo-powered system, and then there's a floor across the middle, and in the bottom is a saltwater battery or a capacitor for storing that built-up electricity, and a lot of the mining waste that was taken away from the Earth sets down at the bottom of the bottom half of the Earth, and that's what hell is. It's a big pile of debris that's got dumped down in there, and and it was also be full of water. As crazy as all that sounds.
No, actually, that doesn't sound crazy. A lot of cosmologies incorporate water in the firmament above Earth, and probably the layers and layers of levels of heaven of water. I'm part of a group called The Sun is Made of Water.
Oh.
So I'm not necessarily against all this stuff. I'll all day long talk with different people who are and try to figure out their understanding of why they believe certain things. I mean, Victor Schauberger and the Vortex universe, and Marco Rodin and the Vortex-based universe, it's still, whether it's a plane and it's a flat disk or it's spheres, the electricity and electromagnetism going to propagate and do similar things.
Yes, absolutely.
So there's an image here that I did want to talk about, because it really brings me back to, I think it's right here. This brought me to this comment that I had on your talk about, or at least your post about this, these patterns that exist. I'm going to read my comment here because I think it has a lot to do with these greater patterns. And as Walter Russell, who's one of my greatest inspirations, he talks about being an interpreter of rhythmic patterns, and I believe that's what we're doing. We're interpreting these patterns, and they're rhythmic patterns, they're repetitive patterns that we're trying to interpret. So I said some animal patterns in nature are called the Voronoi pattern, such as the pattern on a giraffe, or similar to the pattern here on these horses, or the coastline here that you show in New Mexico. And if I could just read this real quick. In the 19th century, the Belgian physicist Joseph Plateau examined soap films, leaving him to formulate the concept of a minimal surface. The German biologist and artist Ernest Haeckel painted hundreds of marine organisms to emphasize their symmetry. Scottish biologist Darcy Thompson pioneered the study of growth patterns in both plants and animals, showing that simple equations could be explained in spiral growth. In the 20th century, the British mathematician Alan Turing, this is my main point here, predicted mechanisms of morphogenesis, which give rise to patterns of spots and stripes, like you shown on the horse there. I don't have to continue reading on, but what this is saying is that these mathematicians have been hounding over these patterns and what they mean since the beginning of time. And we're getting closer and closer to understanding what the living, breathing, two-way, cyclical nature of the universe is. I'm not sure if you believe it's a simulation or if it's a living, breathing, biological entity yourself. What do you believe?
I don't think we're living in a simulation.
I don't think so either.
That just seems too much.
It seems like if that's the truth, then the people who are in control right now are in control of everybody, because then they're the ones making the current day modern simulations.
Yeah.
So it would be a power move to tell everybody that we're in a simulation by scientism, and that's what they're trying to push. That and the multi-universe.
I don't like that stuff. I don't think that's probably very likely.
I don't think so either. You can't falsify the multi-universe. So, which means it's really it could go on forever as theory. You can't falsify it, which means that we could go forever theorizing about it. Period.
Yeah. By the way, did you see my Big Bang post by chance?
I haven't yet. No.
Oh, because I show you right there. You're showing a 3D printer making a sphere, and I offered that up as just a second alternative way of making the Earth. But I have a post where I showed these spheres being made by an explosion inside the sphere. What they are, imagine a soccer ball. You know how it has the flat panels on it, right?
Yep.
So imagine that big metal ball you just saw there. Imagine that being like a soccer ball, and then they fill the ball with water, and then they put a charge inside of it, and they detonate the charge, and that charge turns the soccer ball into a ball, and the sides all pop out really nice. And so
that goes along with Elon Musk's theory about let's detonate a nuclear bomb on Mars and try to create an atmosphere to create life. It sounds like the stupidest thing, but some people are talking about that could be how you actually pull it all together. Like I believe personally, the moon was probably created by past civilization. I don't know about the Earth being created like 3D printed or something similar like you're talking about here, but keep going.
Well, when they explode, like I said, the discharge happens and it turns the Earth into a ball and it creates a giant bang, and that I theorize is your Big Bang. And they take the truth of what really happened and they turn it into stories, and they just take the real Big Bang and they tell you it's something else.
I think nobody really knows what's really happening, and we're all just theorizing, and there's not a big conspiracy. It's not, I mean, there's definitely a lot of big conspiracies, but not something that's that big where they, where it's like, see, it's hard for me to follow exactly what you're talking about because you're talking about they a lot. And I understand that there's a ruling elite, but and they're still controlling us during the modern age, and they're amorphous, or they change structure, like shapeshifters. And as soon as you're onto them with one organization, they change their name or they become something else.
Yeah. When I say they, I'm talking about the ancient miners.
So you think that the ancient miners are still doing things on Earth?
Well, my guess would be, this is how I think it works. They build an Earth, and then they put the material in there to make metals, and then they make their metals, and the metal and the iron. By the way, native iron is extremely rare on Earth. There's almost no pieces of it, and the reason for that is because they took the iron that they made, and they made the next Earth with it.
So native iron is, as far as iron is found in a lot of rock. So I don't know what you mean. I don't know what you mean as far as like native iron. Iron is a composite of a couple of different metals, right?
No. There's something, almost for every metal, there's like a native version of it. There's native gold, native silver, native copper, and native iron, right? And the reason they call it native is because it was made here. It was born here. Native metal, there's only, I think, one place in the world where it's found, and it's a little place in Greenland. And I think there's a spot in Russia where they found some native iron too, but it's very rare. Most of your iron meteorites that they show us, that is native metal. That's what native iron looks like.
Most meteorites are composed of a lot of. Oh yeah, you're right. Yeah, there is a lot of iron in meteorites.
Yeah. There's stony meteorites and there's different kinds, but the iron meteorites, that is actually a piece of native iron. And the reason it's all gone is because that was the most important metal that they mined. Everyone probably thinks it's probably gold, but I don't think it is. I think the most important metal in the world is iron, because you can't make anything with gold. You can make things with gold, but you can't make a machine with gold. You can't build a planet with gold. You need iron.
What if you can make it into heaven with gold? What if the next transcendence is through gold? I mean, there's scriptures in the Bible telling people to save for yourself purified gold. From what I'm paraphrasing, but I can't remember the exact scripture. But it reminds me of what you're talking about, and also the sarcophagi that were built are surrounded in layer upon layer upon layer of different gold, thin layer, thicker layer, and then like gold everywhere. There's an amplification with gold and the sun and direct current and alternating current as well. You know, Nikola Tesla discovered alternating current by sun gazing, and you don't hear hardly anybody talking about this. There was a person that brought him, like, I don't know, like kind of like a guru or whatever. I don't know the exact story, but a person who enlightened him and showed him about sun gazing, and during his episode of looking at the sun, he saw what science is just now showing us, of the Kirlian blue, the cerulean blue, and the magenta moving in counter clockwise directions. If you stare at the sun when it's going down, you'll start to see the blue is racing one way and then the purple's racing one way. And if you keep looking at it, it goes in both ways. It's an alternating current. So that's how Tesla understood the alternating current. Okay. We always thought of it as a direct current, right?
Mm-hmm.
And even the ancient miners and in Egypt they were always holding a staff, a rod and a staff, and there were people who were holding other devices that would harness and hone the energy of the vibration of these staffs. Now, the importance of the staff goes all the way to the point where Moses, who was the most learned and adept of all, this is what Scripture even says, all Egyptian initiates. He was the most learned, and he parted the Red Sea, with a staff. So there's a power that goes in the staff, and the Pope that holds the staff with the pine cone, the pine coning energy. There's, if you've ever gone out and I hunt sticks. I'm a stick hunter. So I don't kill animals, but I go out and I hunt sticks, which is like pruning the branches. So I see these sticks, and I find some where the pine cone is still embedded inside of the rod, the staff. And I've taken some of these, and this reminds me of the staff of the Pope. And you look at all these other people who are, this iconography of the pine cone and the pineapple, and now the inversion of the pineapple means you're a swinger, or pineapples means you're a swinger. But anyway, the rainbow got stolen too. Either way, it's all symbols are always inverted. If there's a symbol that means something for good, it will be inverted for bad. If there's a symbol that means something for bad, it will be inverted for good.
Oh,
and that's
okay.
That's what we do throughout history. We take, we conquer, and we take the symbols. If you really understand symbology, which is the highest form of language, which is also why the Egyptians spoke in symbology. They literally they carved what was happening on the walls. We don't do that to this day. It'd be really hard to try to figure out what we're doing, because we're not giving pictographs. We're not giving pictograms. They fucking gave us pictograms. You know what I mean? This is the highest form of communication, is symbology. So what people do is wars are fought, which wars can be thought of as current, one current moving into another current. It's all circuitry. They're fought with symbols. What's on the front of their badges? What's on the front of their shields? What are they wearing on their clothing? What do they look like? Are they scary as hell looking? Are they making really scary noises to scare hundreds of thousands of people away when they're only a couple thousand people, a tribe big? Like, what is it? That also comes into charge. How scary an animal is. How scary you pretend to be. The skull and bones, are they hiding the truth with the dare you cross me with the skull and bones as a warning? Like, are they a good organization that's really hiding the truth, that's really trying to, there's who knows how many endless conspiracies you could go on with.
Oh yeah.
But so to bring it back, to dial it back here, what's your take on this? What's going on here?
With the hole covers there?
Yeah.
Oh, that was just because I thought it looked nice. I figured somebody who was into symbology could maybe take those shapes and stuff in there and match it to something. So I was just kind of fishing with that.
Okay. Yeah, because I do an art form on my T-shirts that is similar to people who actually came up with the name of this art form. They were rolling ink. If you roll ink on the top of these and you print a shirt on it, you can do that in your city. There's most of the cities have really cool caps, like say Ann Arbor or Detroit or whatever.
Yeah.
So you can get a free T-shirt if you just roll ink on it and press it.
Oh, that's interesting.
But it'll be in reverse on your T-shirt, whatever the lettering is. It'll be in reverse.
Oh yeah. I find it amazing that when you think about how high quality those covers are, and to think back in the 1800s when everybody was poor, somehow everything they did was just A+ quality, even the manhole covers.
That's true. You know, I mean, that is true, and that's a fact. It's not because someone else or some other entity is doing it. It's because we really did things with an according fashion. Think about it. If you're going to make a mold for, what are these called? Coal hub, for these holes.
Yeah, I think they dump coal in there.
Okay, so I'm a Detroiter, and Detroit is one of the cities that are still steam powered. So there's actually Batman and Gotham was based off Detroit because everything's steaming everywhere. Like, you go into alleys and there's just steam like coming out of random places. It's actually pretty creepy. So, like, I mean, if you think about it, if you were going to make a manhole cover, and you could actually like press it, and you had to press several of them, you would press something nice, you know. So I can understand the ingenuity here. Same with, if you think about the terracotta, China's terracotta army.
Yeah.
All unique, every single one of them. It was like they were a mirror image of perfect soldiers that were actually fighting for them. Like, and if they fought good enough, they could, and if they died for the whatever war was going on at that time, they could be transformed into a terracotta soldier. You know,
Yeah.
like, I mean, I don't know. Anyway, that was just a random thought. But so, ancient minor Earth, is this? This isn't your theory, is it?
Yes, that's the name I come up with.
Okay, because it sounds like something I've heard of before already.
I've never heard the name before. I made it up.
No, not that you didn't make it up. I'm just saying I've already heard of you. If this is you.
Oh yeah, that's me. That's me.
Yeah, great. Okay. So I'm sure some of the other guys, if they were on the phone call, they'd be like, "Oh, this is ancient minor Earth." That'd be great. I already know it. They're already thinking it. They're already saying it.
Awesome. Now those tabs, you can just see. Oh my God, my phone is tripping.
It's all right. You know, stuff happens.
Yeah, there we go. All right, I got rid of it.
All right.
All right, where were we? Oh, this place.
Yeah, the Sexton Dolomites in Italy.
Yeah.
Okay, so I was never really sold on the theory of what they were teaching me in geology class in college. Definitely not sold. And I'm glad that I met some wonderful people that have alternate theories. And all of these rocks, they're saying that most of them are, a lot of them, the layers are older at the bottom than at the top, right? Wait, at the top. Wait. How is it? It sounds like the layers are getting mixed up as far as carbon dating goes. Have you looked into that?
No, not really.
Yeah, they're saying that at certain layers, they're testing it, and I don't really believe in a lot of the different carbon dating, because a lot of different samples show different ages. So they're saying that the tops, and in between, there's certain layers that shouldn't be in the layers according to their carbon dating techniques. Basically saying that there was like another toppling or stacking over, like the old became the top the top became, or the bottom became the new, or in vice versa. But if you haven't heard about that, I'm not really too.
Wait, are you talking about the, what do they call them? Unconformities?
Yeah, unconformities.
Yeah.
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 Go ahead.
Well, I think the reason for that is because the story of how everything was formed is not true, and that's why there's unconformities, because it's just not true. What you see is different layers because that's just the way the miners did it. There's not necessarily any rules.
Right, and if it were to be electrically shocked and mined for metals purposely, which we were showing earlier in the fractalite is what I call that rock that I high voltage electrocute, fractalite. So what we were seeing earlier in the fractalite is that this same kind of thing would happen if you were to mine an entire cave or mine an entire huge area. This is I love what your theory is here. This is wonderful. So if you were to mine this, it would actually invert the magnetism and probably change the age of the layers, which would account for what we're talking about here, which is, what were you calling them? Unconformities? Yeah, the unconformities.
Yeah. When I say mining, the mining that the miners did was nothing like the mining that people think of today. The mining that the miners did was basically lifting out giant pieces of metal shaped like lightning that was hundreds of miles long and miles wide. They didn't sift through rocks to get metal out. The metal was right there staring them in the face. And they just picked it up and pulled it out of there.
Oh, it was. Oh, they didn't even make it. It was already in.
They made it. They made the metal. They made the metal. But when they, after they created the way they make it, my theory on how they made it was just like Lichtenberg figures are created. You know how they'll run most of your Lichtenberg figures are like a piece of plexiglass. They run under an electron accelerator, and that electron accelerator jacks up the voltage of that piece of acrylic, going down, I think, about halfway or a third of the way through the acrylic. And then they take a nail and a hammer, and they tap the piece of acrylic, discharging the built-up voltage, which creates a lightning bolt that runs through the acrylic, right? And so the miners did it the same way, but instead of a piece of acrylic, it was a section of ground where they jacked up the voltage of the ground and then discharged that voltage, creating a lightning bolt that flowed through this piece of charged up ground. And then when it did that, the lightning bolt would be a metal blinged with minerals and things on it.
You're the first person that came to the conclusion that I scientifically came to by doing my high voltage rock experiment.
I like that a lot.
Yeah, you are literally, I've talked to a lot of people in the electric universe, and I keep telling this to people, and they're like, they're all throwing around their theories about Velikovsky and all this other stuff. And I'm like, how are we really going to get down to the brass taxes of explaining and doing scientific experiments in the lab of these dendritic arborization, fractal Lichtenberg type configurations? And man, I don't even know what to say. This is.
I got a whole post on somewhere on Facebook that I show what I think to be the process of how electric mining happened. You'd have to look at it. It's kind of long and there's a lot to look at. But basically, they made it happen. And if you look at the shapes of metal, you'll see that the shapes of metal are the shapes are the electrical shapes. The metal was the lightning bolt. The rocks are the spaces in between the metals.
Right. Right. The metals, they aggregate naturally towards charge. They pull out of, they secrete and deplete the surrounding ground.
Yes.
Oh my God.
Yes.
Oh my gosh, dude.
So the metal was actually, because when it's made, it's made in a cave, and when you remove the ceiling, that metal would basically, it wouldn't be floating in the air, but it would be up off the ground, right? It would be a chunk.
Why would they leave caves then? Why would they have only tiny little openings versus excavating the entire structure?
That's actually a real good question, and I think I figured that out. If you watch a video of them making Lichtenberg figures, what you'll see is that when they jack up the voltage in the piece of acrylic and then they discharge it.
Hang on 1 second. Am I sharing my screen still?
I see you.
Okay, cool. Because I just shared what you were talking about. So I can share it again. But yeah, Lichtenberg figures being discharged.
Yeah. Oh no, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt you. Go ahead.
No, keep going. Perfect.
Okay. So when they take the nail and the hammer and they hit the piece of acrylic discharging the built-up voltage, it doesn't just happen in a split second. It goes on for a period of minutes.
Yeah.
And
which could be days or weeks or months, which a lot of people theorize. Like Robert Burke, he's going to be a speaker at the event. He's from Wisconsin, and he's interviewed a lot of the indigenous Wisconsin people, and they have a story about how the Great Lakes were formed. And if you think about what you're talking about with Belle Isle and not Grosse Ile, sorry. There's an island up north in the UP where they, not only that island, but also in the copper territory in Michigan. What's your theory about that? Because real quick, I just want to say these indigenous people say that there was a huge discharge plasma event, and there was a whale in the sky, and there was a blue and pink whale in the sky, and all this water and was like created. And he goes into it more in depth than I can explain it, of course, through their stories. But this is how they say Michigan, the Great Lakes were formed in Michigan, and it could have been some sort of an eruption that humans made as ancient miners, maybe. What do you think? Do you know about that?
No, I've never heard of that. But I would suggest that most historical stories are just that, they're stories. I would say the Great Lakes was a quarry backfilled with water.
But
every lake is a quarry backfilled with water.
So you've heard of the Michigan copper, though, right? Like
yeah. I've been up there actually in the UP, and I've seen all those old copper mines and things. It's very, very interesting.
Right. Same here.
Yeah.
So
now one thing that I've been thinking about and wondering about is, like, when they do this and they jack up the voltage of an area and they're gonna do it and they discharge it, is gold, silver, copper, and every metal all made in the same place, or does each area have a specific setup to make the different metals?
Do you think that this is a natural occurrence that happens from the sun, or do you think this? I mean, I know that your idea here is ancient miners, but what if it was naturally happening, and and certain people who were into looking at the sky and astronomy and astronomers, ancient astronomers, and also people who would follow the current in the circuit.
Mm-hmm.
Like I was talking about, the rainbow serpent is a it's an ancient myth. So there's other people that I work with, like Julian. He has myths are history. So these myths that people are talking about, like I was just saying earlier, with plasma being dragons and dragons being real and different colored dragons. If you look at the electrical discharge of Lichtenberg figures, they're dragons.
Yeah, I've done posts on dragons too. I think they're the metals blinged with minerals, shaped like lightning, shaped like dragons. These things would have been giant. They would have towered over the miners like dragons, and they would have had
flying
all
through the air. Dragons flying through the air.
Yes.
This is ball lightning. This is akin to if the ionosphere were to come closer to the Earth, then all of these legacies or myths that people used to talk about throughout history would actually be true. For example, the dragons that we already gave. If the ionosphere were to come closer to the Earth, Neil Thompson does a great job at explaining how the trees would become charged. The trees would glow. The trees above the trees would have an aurora. Mm-hmm. And I'm Irish, and I learned this from Heather Stargazer, who was another person who's on the podcast, and she found these ancient runes, and the runes were associated with auroras that were associated with each tree. Mm-hmm. So, and we already know that trees create their own atmosphere. Trees create their own specific atmosphere around them that is most advantageous to them. So they also produce rain, and if they don't need rain, then they also produce different things that will push out into the atmosphere to try to keep rain away. So this is like a bioelectrochemical, never-ending serpentine. Electrochemical, everything. It has a flow to it. It has this Lichtenberg flow to it.
Yeah. Have you ever seen images of a tree crown shyness?
Yes, I saw that myself. I'm an observer. Like I said, I'm an interpreter of rhythmic patterns. Russell to the core, straight up. I swear, nature. I am a naturalist, and I noticed that very young, and I kept telling people, look up, like, do you not see what I'm showing you? Like, but I also understood fractals at a very young age, 16, and I did reports on it in high school, and like I did LSD, and it really helped helped me understand that pattern that exists is what I saw in my trip was in everything.
Yeah, because it's electrically shaped. It's the shape.
Yes.
The shape is in everything. It's
the shape, Mike.
Yeah, I don't know if you probably didn't see my post where I showed where gold atoms are fake. For me, the shape is the atom. The shape is the
I don't know if
everything.
Your lexicon sometimes turns me off by saying that this is fake or that's fake. It's not necessarily fake. It's just different. It's electrically formed, or like when you say that volcanoes are fake, or when you say that things are fake, it's like it's not fake. It's real. But
no, I hear you, and I totally agree with you, and I totally understand that. I guess it's me just saying it in an easy fashion for myself. How about they're just not what you think they are, kind of a thing.
Yeah. what do you got going on there? I keep hearing some good noises. Are you working?
Oh no, a friend of mine just popped over. And, we didn't know I was doing this tonight.
No, hey, no worries, man. That's cool.
But I'm glad we did. I'm having a real good time. This is fun.
Cool. Yeah, this is a great episode. This is, I mean, the chemistry is on point. I'm extremely curious. You're curious, and this is the kind of stuff that the audience needs to hear. We're not professionals. I mean, I might be understanding things in different ways, but we're by no means know anything.
No, I have no background whatsoever in science and electricity or any of this stuff. I don't know anything about what I talk about. Everything that I've learned about this stuff is stuff that I figured out in the last few years.
So it would help to benefit you. I love your approach. Your approach is novel and it attracts new viewers. But if you want to look a little bit more professional and less, I mean, there's a lot to learn, right? I mean, I'm probably dropping words you might know, you might not know, but so far you've been following me. So I know you might be trying to get in new people, but it would work in your benefit if you drop more technical terms versus just saying this is fake and that's fake.
I'm trying to work on that, but I don't. Like I said, I don't really know.
But it's a novel. It's a good. I mean, it's the best approach you can take. I don't know either, but it really is the best approach you can take. But you do know some things, so you can say that this is this and this is that, and with your approach, the audience that you're adorning is animately waiting for you to get a little bit deeper, I think, into the science, and that'll tiptoe step this new audience that's not really into this stuff to understand it deeper.
Yeah,
because you're coming from a different perspective, dude. And it's genius. I really like it.
Thank you. I appreciate it, buddy.
You're welcome.
Yeah, I don't know how I've done it, but
me neither, honestly.
I tell you, the whole.
I thank God, honestly. I thank God. Whatever grand electrical circuit that there is out there, right?
But I tell you what, the biggest discovery I made was realizing that the shape is the key. And that literally took me about an hour to figure that out. And all I did was one day I decided, okay, I'm going to look at minerals today. And so I went to some websites where they sell minerals, and I just started looking at the pictures. That's all I did. I just looked at pictures. And what I noticed was the matrix rocks that these minerals were on had a certain shape, right? And that was the shape, but I didn't realize at that point the shape was not just one shape, but infinite numbers of shapes, but it was the shapes of the spaces in lightning. And then one day I was looking at my go-to fulgurite picture, the one that you showed it earlier tonight, the big one laying on the floor. And I was looking at that, and then suddenly it hit me. Oh my God, that is the shapes of the matrix rocks in that lightning bolt. And then from there, everything has fallen into place. It's like everywhere I look, I see this.
It's resonant chambers. It's an orchestra of resonant chambers. It's hollow. The entire thing is hollow, and it's building these tombs. And the tomb is the womb, from womb to tomb. Oh my gosh, man, this is incredible.
Yeah.
A lot of people, wow. Yeah. I've never seen this one yet, but this is particularly speaking to me. I consider myself, I guess, a life scientist, or whatever, a life artist. I don't know what to name it, but I've always been very attracted to taking care of, appreciating, loving life. and really understanding what life is and how it blossoms, how to take care of it, you know, and now that I'm getting into electropyrography more through fractal branding, my own version of electropyrography, which is the branding and the burning on the wood.
Yeah.
I understand what it is that the circuit needs and how to nurse how to not only nurse but to starve the circuit and to create new forms. There's ways that you can work with it, and it needs conditioning, and it needs love itself. It needs it's going to be a dead circuit unless you apply the capacitance, or unless you apply something that can allow the charge to move through it. Because wood itself, you know, it doesn't allow charge to move through it. That's why they say knock someone away with a wooden pallet or something wood if they're getting electrocuted.
Yeah.
So I have to add an electrolytic solution, electrolyte on the top, actually, to pull the membrane together. And if you allow so much, if it saturates the area of the water on both sides, and this is what creates ridges on the ridges and mountains and deserts and everything else is what I'm talking about.
Mm-hmm.
But I thought of it initially as geotropism and not phototropism. Apogeotropism and tropism, which is the vines growing out from the earth and the trees, and the roots growing down into the ground. That's tropism and geotropism. So then I found out that there was phototropism, and then I'm like, oh my gosh, there's actually sonotropism, sound pulling up an entity out of the earth from the auroras. And as I was studying this on our podcast, I found out that the auroras make a sound. So come to find out, I visually saw the sound when I heard the auroras. If you go and listen to them, you will visually probably see them too, because we're probably what's that called, where you see sound and taste smells, where the senses blend into each other.
I'm not sure.
There's synesthesia. We probably have synesthesia, synesthetes. But either way, I heard the sound of the auroras and I immediately saw the pattern because I've been studying it for 18 years. This Dougherty set for 18 years. You know, initially I was going to call it something else or whatever. Transparent golden scaling is what I was initially going to call it, TGS, but it's TDS, the Dougherty set, and now I've found out how charge moves using basic regular polygonal shapes in repetition and inversion. But those are the Theodorian roots. We don't have to get into that here or there, but these I was just talking with my friend earlier about animals that are found as complete rocks inside of these concretions. Frogs, fish, turtles, salamanders, mostly amphibian or subaqueous, but they're found in solid rocks, alive. Just like this tomb, this chamber we're looking at here. They're found inside of these rocks, and they alive. And who knows how long they've been in the ground. And it really reminds you of if you think about a desert, and the proliferation of life that happens. There's no life at all in a desert, or hardly, very minimal life, right? It's arid, it's dry, and then all of a sudden this rain comes, this inundation of rain, and it pulls somehow fish out of nowhere. There's fish in this rain. They're not in the rain. It doesn't rain fish. I'm not saying it rains fish. Sometimes it does, but the fish come out of the ground, and they've been under the ground for who knows how long, and these amphibians and all this stuff. All of a sudden, there's a huge permaculture, and I don't know if that's the right word, but there's a huge culture of animals, an inundation of proliferation that weren't there before, and they're coming out of the ground. You know,
that's interesting. I've never heard of that, but that's very interesting.
Yes, this happens constantly. In every desert, there usually, most of the deserts, there's a wet season. You'll have some time where some wet comes in, and during these times, these animals come out of nowhere. So that kind of reminds me of what we're looking at here with the womb and the inside circuitry, or what we might call the inner space of lightning, right?
Okay, I like it.
The inner space. I've always been about the inner space. What is in that inner space? And I'm glad you're putting names to all this stuff, because nobody's done this yet, and I think other people are going to find an interest in this, especially the electric universe geology.
Cool.
I don't know how long you want to go for the podcast, but I'm down to continue on for a little bit longer, whatever you're down.
Whatever you want to do. We're all good. Yeah, that's another example where I'm trying to show that basically all the landforms that you see on the Earth today are pieces of caves.
So you're saying that inside of these caves here, that's shaped like the shape of Michigan.
Yeah.
Which, me working as an electropyrographer, this is all new content. I've never really said any of this stuff in any of the podcasts. So this is like, we're going deep on both. I mean, at least I feel like I'm going deep on a different aspect, because I will get the shape of Michigan often in my electropyrography.
There you go.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Not only do I get the shape of Michigan, but guess what shape that comes up always?
Illinois.
It's the number 3 with the tail.
Number 3 with
the sacred ohm. The sacred ohm.
I'm not sure what that is.
Excuse me. I don't know if it's called the sacred ohm, but that's what I've heard it called. So let's look it up. Let me see here. Yep, there it is. The ohm symbol. Dude, this is one of the most common shapes that happens, and actually every letter in the alphabet are the most some of the most common structures that happen on their own. It's almost like God is writing when I set down the positive and negative and plug it in. It really is like God is writing. And what actually reminds me of that just now is the day before my brother died. I cut down these trees, these limbs, and I waited. I peeled them, peeled off the bark, and I waited 2 hours, and then I put the power to it, and the most gorgeous patterns that you'll ever see in your life, like, come fading in and out of the wood. I think I recorded it, but I lost it since. And then I've sold that staff that I made that day, and then I forgot that I made it the day before my brother died, and it was special. And one of my biggest fans has the staff. She definitely deserves it. But my point is that there's a living blood and a living system inside of things, and if you put the charge to it, these language that comes from Hebrew, the Hebrewic language, is actually a torus. It's all built out of a torus. Dan Winter showed some of this, and it's actually from another individual who ended up. Anyway, I don't need to get into that, but there's a guy who discovered that the Hebrew language is all fire language that is based off of a torus. If you rotate a torus in every direction, you get every single letter of the alphabet of the Hebrew language.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, dude, and it looks like flame letters. So you're like, whoa, that totally blows your mind. And you're like, whoa, they know way more than you think. You know, like if we're creating computers and stuff like this nowadays, think of bored people. Like, I know I'm insatiable. Like I had to find out what the beginning of the Dougherty set was me trying to put together the greatest art piece in the world, you know, but but then it wasn't. That was nothing that I received. It was like smack in the face from God. You're going insane for a couple of years. Everyone's going to think, even your parents and your brother are going to think that you're going insane, but you're going to be pulled back to reality and describe this to people because everyone needs to know, you know. These are the awakenings of the illuminates, you know, the cosmic illuminates that Walter Russell talks about, and a lot of people, the Bodhisattva of the yoga, or I don't even know what I'm saying right now. I said that I just don't know that term, but you know what I mean. This is the highest enlightenment of trying to understand what it is. We always trying to understand this. So let me get back more into this carving of Michigan, the tangent that I was talking about, which is a very often frequent pattern that happens that I do.
Yeah, I could see that. I see Michigan, Wisconsin, Illinois all the time.
So, do you work with what do you do? If you don't mind me asking, like, do you work with electricity?
No, I have no connection with any of this stuff. No, I mean, I used to be an attorney, and then I got sick, and I've been having health problems for a while. Right now, I actually got laid off from work because I was having dizziness problems. So right now, I'm not actually even working.
Man, sorry to hear that. What is it, vertigo or something, or what?
I don't know, but I got a bad dizzy fatigue problem that's driving me nuts.
Oh man.
I think I'm sensitive to radiation, and I'm being sickened by 5G and all the stuff that's going on around me.
Don't let it affect you, man. Don't let it affect you.
I'm
yeah.
trying not to.
I was working with this guy. You know, needless to say, it affected him a lot, too much, and he fell off the map. And like, mind over matter. You know, it's no matter what situation you're in, whether you're married, and faking a happy marriage, or loving a happy marriage, or single, and being happy single, which is one thing, or trying to always look for a mate, which is another thing. It's all a mind setting, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
And there's the circuit moving through us. Circuit, serpent.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, we did an interview with what's his name? Not Chris Dunn. Sorry, I'm having brain farts this evening, but yeah, we did an interview with this guy that replicated the Dendera light from the Dendera in Egypt.
Oh, that light bulb looking thing?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
I invited him to come to the event and bring the replica, and that would be the greatest thing I've ever seen in my life. I mean, like, if you could bring in a Baghdad battery and bring in that replica of a freaking Dendera light, like, but what were they doing with the Dendera light? Like, were they worshiping the light? Because I had a vision, the realest vision that I've ever had in my life. And I've only told this to a few people and not on a podcast yet, but I had this vision of this machine that I know how we can make. It's very archaic. And using this machine, you can create this geometry, this flame geometry that produces this chorus. Not only does it produce this chorus, but it's the greatest way to worship God. It worships God better than we can worship God. And I was like, no way in hell is this real in my vision, right? I'm like, how can we build a machine that worships God greater than we can? That's not how I went into it. That's how I came out of it. I came out of it like, wait a minute, was that really literally a machine that allows us to sit around, which kind of reminds me of Mecca, where you go around in circles around this thing, and it creates this circuitry, and everybody's facing towards Mecca when they lay down and pray multiple times a day. This charge that's built up, this pointed charge that's built up. I don't hear really many people talk about this. But this machine that I saw in this vision could completely easily be replicated. And it reminds me of Doctor Strange in that you can control and manipulate the flame vortices as they move through the tube.
Mm-hmm.
So that's a little bit of hint and indication of what I'm talking about. And it's all based off of billowing oxygen into the chambers that allows this geometry to cavitate along the walls of a cylindrical chimney that creates perfected dynamism in the culture. It's really a cultural creative. It's a way to worship God better than we can. And how the hell, how could I come up with that? Like, it was only from, it was from a vision, and I could draw you it. I drew it. And then I was drawn to different people. Like, it's strange because when you come up with these new discoveries, certain people come into your life, and it's like, wait a minute, I just literally, I don't know. I'm a discoverer, so I'm constantly discovering stuff, and so are you. You know, so like when you come up with these new discoveries, do you find like all of a sudden like these people come into your life and like, wow, wait, you know, like not only did they help you tie it together, but sometimes it's just like, holy crap, there's too much synchronicity going on here.
Oh yeah.
Are you still seeing my screen?
Oh yeah.
Okay, cool.
The Great Wall of China, which, by the way, is shaped like lightning bolts.
Are you what? Wait, huh? Is this pieces of the Great Wall of China?
Yeah.
So is this has to be mechanically weathered?
It's a cave wall.
Is it mechanically weathered? Is this pieces from like by the sea of the China Wall, or pieces that are by high winds by the China Wall?
I don't know about the winds. They're not by the sea. I don't think this one is. This one's kind of in the middle of the land somewhere.
Because hypersonic winds could definitely cavitate a structure like that for sure. The way that winds move in vortices and how it just naturally, think about it. If you look at it, you can look at it and see that hotter winds would be higher and colder winds would be lower. So
I hear you on that, but what about the caves? They're shaped like that.
True, but there's a
no
lot
winds.
of things.
There's no wind in a cave like that.
Right, but this is the first picture that I've ever seen of the Wall of China that looks like that, though.
Yeah, me too, because I've always seen the other ones that look like, somebody built them. I didn't even know that existed until I ran into it, and I was like, oh yeah, that's a cave wall.
Nice.
That's an excavated. By the way, I love the word excavate. Excavate. Cave.
Yeah. I have always heard that, is it excavate or excavate?
Excavate, I think.
I don't know either. I think it, I don't know. I've heard both terms, but tomato, tomato, whatever. Excavate, cavate.
Yeah, that's because it's a cave.
Have you looked at the etymology of that? Because that's really hindering towards something even more prolific in your theory here.
What, cavation?
Excavation, yeah, for sure.
Yeah. That's just a little comedy there. Got to throw some comedy in there too, right? Can't all be serious.
Well, honestly, I'm one of the harshest critics of the electric geology, for sure. I'm one of the harshest critics because I don't really necessarily believe it yet, but I'm still entrenched in entertaining all of these ideas.
I'm gonna win you over.
And so far, you're definitely. Do you know who Robert Hawthorne is?
No.
Okay, I invited you to Electric Universe Geology group.
Oh, I think I've seen his name now that you say it.
Yeah, and we're the next younger generation that's taking this information that's been built up from a lot of scientists in the geology world, the astronomy world, astrophysical, geophysical, anthropomorphism. I mean, not the anthropomorphism, wrong word. That's but honestly, everything we like to anthropomorphize, right? Turn everything into humans, human emotions, human feelings. But we can see it. We can see that the dog has feelings. We can see everything. That's the beginning of religion, or the beginning of religions. Yeah, is animism, and we've been going over that for quite some time. If you think about it, the beginning of all religions. Yeah, it's recognizing that everything has a spirit. But anyway, so this is the hard part. This is where I like to play hard calls, and I like to push. I guess I see discrepancies. I see discrepancies when and I'm like, okay, so where's the evidence of trees instantaneous fossilization? And I pushed the Electric Universe crowd a lot to try to give me evidence, and so far I keep coming down to these set of trees that were instantaneously fossilized in Canada. Have you heard of that?
I don't think I'm familiar with that, but I know you can artificially petrify stuff in a pretty quick fashion using certain chemicals and electricity.
Could you show me proof? Because I want to know about all that. That's what I want to see. I keep hearing about this, and I keep asking all these.
Let's see. Am I able to somehow show something on this thing?
Absolutely, yeah. You can take the screen from me and share it yourself.
Let's
Let me
see
go
where.
back. I'll stop sharing.
Let's see where I have this stuff at.
I just stopped sharing.
Okay. Because I know I had my camera turned on, but it looked like this system didn't attach to my camera.
If you go down to the bottom right, you should be able to hit 3 dots. And if you're on your cell phone, I am, but you can hit 3 dots and, share screen.
Okay, I see 3 dots. Take snapshot, turn subspace back, hold call. I don't see that there though.
You don't see share screen?
No.
You can share
Maybe if I shut my camera down, is that gonna hopefully not disconnect us?
I'm not looking at you. We're not seeing you at all.
Yeah, so maybe that's interfering with it or something. Audio, video, hold calls. I don't see it. Oh wait, no, I see a whole nother button away from the 3 dots. It says share screen.
There you go.
Okay. So now what do I do? Choose screen to share.
I would do full screen. Share full screen.
Share full screen. I don't see that.
What other options are there?
I see on the top it says choose screen to share, screen to share, and I see desktop, and then I see.
Yeah, do desktop, because then we'll see everything that you're showing us. Perfect.
Did that work?
Yep. Now I see everything that's on your screen.
Okay, because I haven't done much work on petrified wood yet.
Me neither, but I've been trying to prove these guys. I'm like, dude, I'm telling you, I'm not playing devil's advocate, but I'm like, I'm hot on the trail of prove it or lose it, and so is Ramon. You know, like, let's do it. And if you can show me some examples.
Well, like I said, I haven't done much on this yet, but it seems to me if you put a tree in mining waste, it's gonna turn into a tree with minerals in it. And I think that's what your petrified wood is.
You need some WD-40 on that door there.
I got a squeaky chair. It's terrible. I'm sure it's driving you guys crazy.
It's not, whatever, dude. It's I think it's great. It adds an added element.
But that's what I think petrified wood is wood that's laying in mining acid, and it absorbs over time the minerals in the mining acid, and it gets into the spaces in the tree structure, and that's what it is.
So is the mining acid a result from something that we created ourselves as humans, or is it natural?
Well, current mining, we create mining acid. Like the trees in that picture there, those trees are absorbing minerals. I think the petrified wood that we all see today, that we know, that we say is petrified wood, I think that comes from wood that was in the mining acid of the ancient miners. So
that's a wonderful theory. I've never heard that before. So if I could try to understand this, so we had some really cool chemistry back then, and some mining acid. And do you think that maybe this could have been a result of the ionosphere coming closer to the Earth, and enriching the nutrients of everything? Therefore, the bond of everything was stronger, and our chemicals were stronger. So therefore, we could take certain things, and or do you think it was a better advanced chemistry, or what?
I think it was just mining, electric mining. It's that simple. I don't think it has anything to do. I don't think the layout of the land, the structure of the land, all the landforms have.
Okay, but but electric mining involves probably some sort of chemistry too, like irrigation and sublimation and like pushing different chemicals in different areas to make it more electrically acute, maybe.
Yeah, I think that was done, but that was done when the original layout of the original ground. The original ground of the Earth was nothing like it is today. The original ground of the Earth was not made of rock. The original ground of the Earth did not have metal in it. The original ground of the Earth was layers of material that they electrified that turned things into metals, minerals, and rocks. And when it did that, the material that turned into the metal and the minerals moved into the lightning bolt. And the things that did it, the rock parts, they are on the outside. And that is why when you look at a mineral specimen that's on a matrix rock, you will see that the minerals are only on one side of the rock. Right? I don't know how much of that you might have looked at in your life, but minerals on a matrix rock are generally only on one side, and the reason for that is because the side with the minerals was the side facing the metal. It was the closest to the lightning bolt, and the farther you get from the lightning bolt, the more you get into rocks and away from the minerals. Which reminds me, earlier I was trying to explain what caves were, and I don't think I ever finished now that I'm thinking about it. When, like, I think I told you that when they're making the Lichtenberg figures that the discharge goes on for minutes. So when they're doing it in the ground making metals, that discharge would, I think, like you even said, days or hours, days. It could have gone on. I'm not sure how long it went on, but imagine the last of the discharges. The last of the discharges. The discharge just went into the rock-like material because the minerals are already, the material that turned into the metals, the minerals are already used up. And so those final discharges did nothing more than create caves. Because when electrical discharge passes through material, it creates a hole. That's what a fulgurite is. A fulgurite is a hollow tube generally. And so when the final
Are you sharing your screen still?
I think so.
Okay, I can't see it anymore. I got out of it accidentally.
Oh, yeah, I haven't done anything. As a matter of fact,
what was really weird is that I was scrolling on your screen somehow.
Oh.
And like it tripped me out. And I got out of it. I was scrolling back and forth on your screen, and I didn't know if it was my screen sharing or not.
Oh, I don't know.
So,
but if you want,
can you hit stop sharing screen?
Oh,
and then
stop. Okay, stop.
And then reshare screen if you could, and just so I could see it.
All right, let me see. I go back to where I was, and let's see. And then I stop sharing screen. Okay, confirm stop sharing. There we go.
Okay. And then start sharing again, please.
Start share screen. Okay.
Okay, now I'm back online. The only other way to do that is for me to hang up and come back on, and I can't do that while we're recording.
Okay. If you want, I can show you. We could go to my electric mining folder here, and I could kind of
show me. I'm super excited.
Show you some things.
Yeah, heck yeah.
We've kind of talked about this before, what the shape is. The shape is the space in between the branches of lightning. And in the boundary of these shapes, that's where you see the tabs and the different structures. Obviously, lightning is the best example. When, like I said, when an electrical discharge strikes Earth, it makes a tube. Most fulgurites are kind of hollow because it creates a cave. Basically, a fulgurite is a miniature cave. And the reason why lightning doesn't make metals is because when the lightning strikes the ground, it is striking ground that has already been mined. It's already been electrically morphed. So when lightning strikes the ground today, it just creates a tube.
sometimes it does create veins of metal and veins of diamonds and veins of different crystals, though.
Does
right?
it? I don't know. I haven't seen that. Does it?
That's what I was kind of hinting at earlier about the diamond miner who follows the rainbow serpent, which is the electricity and the plasma discharges going through in and out of the earth at these structure points, like these pinch points that you are showing off here, but maybe not.
Well, I think diamonds are basically a mineral created by electric mining, and the reason they're in those kimberlite columns or tubes or whatever you want to call them is because they're backfills into a cave. Lots of caves are these vertical tunnels. You see these vertical caves a lot in different places, and what they did is they backfilled the material into those caves, and that's why they're in a vertical shaft like that.
It's incredible. It's incredible, and I'm not denying it because I came to these conclusions and I was trying to tell the electric geology people the accretion of the metal, and I didn't really draw the idea necessarily. Well, I guess we were already talking about how it could naturally be done. Like you're saying that this was intentionally done in the past, but
Absolutely.
I'm saying, and from our discoveries, I'm saying that maybe this is also possibly done naturally, and we saw that naturally this was occurring on the Earth possibly before. Therefore, we followed the patterns and then did electrical mining on our own, maybe before.
I don't think so. I think every square inch of the Earth, of the flat plane that we live on, or wherever, or the round plane, or curved plane, or whatever you want to think, I think every inch of it is all done by mining. Every square inch of it.
From current day miners or ancient miners?
Ancient miners. Current day miners.
What are we doing? But why wouldn't we be doing it still?
Because the ground that you need to do this doesn't exist anymore. It's already been discharged.
Okay. And then hang on, that could also be the power source before too.
Well,
that was the power source and the mining source. Because you could get power off of it as you're mining it. You could draw power off of it as you're mining it, and that could be the power station of maybe different pyramids.
I think the obviously to do this mining and to create all this stuff, they had to have electricity to plug their machines into, right?
Uh-huh.
And that's where I think the piezoelectricity comes from. That powers the accelerator that charges up the ground. And the discharge that creates the metals is nothing more than a discharge of built up electricity in the ground.
Okay.
I think this here, can you see this, what I'm showing you right there?
Yeah.
The pictures on the bottom are pseudo-fulgurites, and what those are is fulgurites that are created by down power lines generally. In a storm, a power line hits the ground, and what it does, it turns the soil and the mud or whatever into rocks. And these rocks are shaped like real rocks, like you see in this example here. That big rock in Riverside, California, is an electric rock, just like the pseudo-fulgurites created by electricity. But it's a different kind of a setup.
I can see the similarities for sure.
Yeah. And that's where basically how rocks are made is
so
they're shaped electrically.
Okay. So wow. All right. So then I guess you would call the the space in between lightning, like what did you call it? A pseudo?
Oh, a pseudo-fulgurite.
Pseudo-fulgurite?
Yeah, that's what they call it. That's what they call those things. The pseudo-fulgurite.
Okay, so let's run with that.
Okay.
The pseudo-fulgurite could be identified as the space in between of these electrodynamics.
Yes.
Now, there's a pseudosphere, and a pseudosphere is a fundamental inside of a birkeland current, and it was Bernoulli's vortex, not Bernoulli, but the same guy who invented the pseudosphere, which is the opposite of a sphere, because the entire thing of it is negative Gaussian curvature, and a sphere is fully positive Gaussian curvature. The reason why bubbles turn into spheres and planets are spheres is because they're the shape of least resistance. They minimal surface tension is what it is.
Okay.
That's why when you look at a lava lamp, the differential creates spheres. It creates little spheres and the spherical dynamics, and you can even see little solar systems inside of your lava lamps.
I can visualize that.
So that is positive Gaussian curvature. Negative Gaussian curvature is inside of the birkeland currents, and it's necessary for the palpitations, the perturbations in the ether. Perturbations, in order for them to be possible, you have to have this negative Gaussian curvature, which is just pseudospheres. So when you made me think, when you said that, it made me think of the breakdown of an electrical circuit, both consisting of the outside shell and the inside shell, the sphere and the pseudosphere, and the spherical dynamics and the spherical pressure gradients, like Walter Russell talks about. But in the actual terms of the Lichtenberg figure having the positive Gaussian curvature and the negative Gaussian curvature would be the pseudo-fulgurite, like what you're showing here.
Okay. That was a little over my head, but okay.
That was long-winded. But definitely our audience will catch it. So please continue.
All right. This picture here, this is kind of how I think it all works. All right. So let's pretend it's day one of mining, and we have a flat plane that we're going to start doing we're going to make our very first piece of metal. So they take that area and they use an electron accelerator and jack up the voltage of the ground down so far. Then they discharge this voltage, all right? And it creates, instead of a fulgurite here, imagine that being a piece of metal with minerals all over it instead of a fulgurite. Yep. So what would we have after we did it the first time? Okay, so they make the metal in the shape of lightning, and then they remove the top of the cave, okay, because it's created under the ground, and a cave would form around it. And so they remove the ceiling of the cave, and they use cranes, and they lift the metal shaped like lightning out of there. So what would they have left after they do that? Well, what they would have would be a channel shaped like lightning with mesas in there, right? Each one of these spaces that doesn't have the fulgurite would be a mesa. You follow that?
Yeah.
Okay. So then you go to stage 2. So they take each one of these mesas and they jack up the voltage of the mesa and they discharge it again, creating a lightning bolt made of metal inside of each mesa. And then they continue doing that, and each mesa would get smaller and smaller and smaller until it gets too small to do it again. And then that's where they either mow it down to the ground with water, because they were hydraulic miners. They used water. So they either mow the little mesas down or leave them in place, and that would be the mesas you see out in Arizona, or in different kind of, here, let me show you an example of one here. Of course, now I'm not going to see it. What is it? Not on there. Oh, wait, let me run here real fast. There you go. There would be like a mesa left over that they didn't discharge.
Yeah.
All right.
So what's the mesa made of?
Well, those are all good questions. Rock.
They're all probably different rocks, different stones, whatever.
Yeah.
That's neither here nor there. Continue, please.
Yeah. So like this island here, the metal would have formed around it, and the land that this little mass sits on top of, you can see it is also the shape of the space between lightning. And so what you got here is, if you were to remove the water and look at that piece of land there, it would look like a mesa. And what you have there is 2 different levels of mining, because the miners mine downwards in layers. They started way up at the top, like at least as tall as Mount Everest, and they mined downwards in layers.
Well, where did all this metal go, though?
The metal went to go build the next Earth. All the iron that they made, they took it and to use to build the next shell for the next Earth. Because in my theory of the world, there is no places to live. You gotta build Earths to have places to live.
Yeah, that sounds pretty much on point.
Yeah.
I mean, like, a lot of people are kind of moving towards these kind of ideas, or this ideation, along with ancient aliens and people talking about this kind of stuff. This ringing, resounding gong in our ears. And this is way better than that other shit. This makes way more sense than any of that other stuff, dude.
I like to think so. I hope it is. How far down do they mine? I don't know, but I just put this together, just kind of give a representation of what it might have looked like.
But I have to question, then wouldn't there be residual evidence of mining at any of these layers?
Well, the layers that are above us are all gone.
Or residual evidence of mining inside of these caves, which actually they are finding weird stuff way down in the earth that should never be there, right?
Yeah.
Like they are. I know there's these out of place artifacts. What are they called? Oofax or something?
I don't know.
It's Oofax or something, like out of place artifacts. We were talking about it. Ramon if he was on, he would be able to name it. But yeah, this really strange stuff that shouldn't be in these layers way down under earth. They're finding like human evidence that that would go along with your ancient miners theory for sure.
Yeah. This is just what I come up with. I'm not 100% sure that I'm right, but I bet I'm pretty close.
Dude, I'm loving it. Keep feeding if you're willing, man.
Sure. So in this diagram, I just show you what I think, that they mined in layers, and they mine downwards. The original Earth would have had a steel floor. On top of the steel floor, that's where they put the plumbing in. Because when the rain goes into the ground, it's got to go somewhere, right? Where does it go? It goes into the plumbing layer, and then it is pumped back out into the glaciers. And that's why you see glaciers that look like this. And this is the same concept of how volcanoes work. The ones that actually produce some red stuff that come out of the ground.
But this is natural. This can be explained naturally. Why are you adding why are you anthropomorphizing it?
Well, because I don't think it's natural. If you look at some of these glaciers, you will see there's no snow there. There's no place for the snow to accumulate and turn into a glacier in the first place.
But don't you think that could be accounted for on the polar reversal?
I don't think so. Did you know that Mount St. Helens has a glacier in it?
No, I didn't know that.
Yeah. How's that possible? How does a glacier come out of a crater in a volcano?
Okay, Google that. Show that on screen. Google that shit.
Oh,
or no. Better yet, not even Google.
No, I have a
that shit.
I have a post about it. Let me see if I can see where I got it. Wait, are we seeing my screen or your screen? We're seeing my screen.
Your screen.
All right, here you go.
Somehow I can scroll. I have the ability to scroll on my screen, which is cool.
Yeah.
So I can see it full screen and scroll.
All right, here's your glacier. Right here.
Okay.
Right. And,
Mount St. Helens. Okay, 1980. I'm looking at the beginning here. October 1980.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
And what you like the bottom right picture there? That's glacier ice moving down.
Okay.
Now, if you look at Mount St. Helens, you got to ask yourself, like if you look at the two upper right pictures, where is the snow coming from? There's nothing there.
That's all how climates work on the tops of mountains. It's a height, it's a peak, so therefore it's cold. So any of that ash is going to freeze. It's going to turn into sludge. What we're looking at is probably a mixture of glacial sludge because it's high, and it moving down the mountain.
Yeah, but for it to really be a real glacier, there has to be a snowpack that's
it's ash. It's glacial ash, probably.
Yeah, but that's not the official story. The official story is that glacier came after Mount St. Helens erupted. Right? We're talking 20 years later.
Yeah, because I'm looking at the pictures.
So in October 2020, or somewhere around there, the glacier began. And there's just no snow on the top of that mountain to account for that snow.
So you're saying that's man-made?
It's being pumped up out of that mountain. Yes, that's what I'm saying.
It's a hot spot. Have you studied hot spots and how hot spots work on the globe? You
mean like a volcano hot spot?
Or? Yeah, volcano hot spot. Like New Zealand is a hot spot. Hawaii is a hot spot.
Okay.
where they claim continual punctuation and it's a continual spot. It stays hot in the same spot, but mountains and volcanoes will continue to form in that same hot spot.
That's what they say, but I don't think that's actually true. I've got a lot of stuff I've done on volcanoes in Hawaii, and Hawaii is not a volcano. The whole island is an electric rock mass that's been hydraulically mined. I have bunches of.
Do you think it's still being mined because the richest soils are volcanic ash?
Okay. Well,
from these places.
Yeah.
So I had this idea that we should be mining the soil and bringing it inland to all sorts of places around the earth and spreading this really fertile soil, this fertile soil, all over the planet. Right?
Well, soil is a whole different can of worms. That's
well, it's volcanic ash. That's like you're talking about mining. I mean, like this is like mining. We're mining still to this day, right?
Well,
let's try to figure out how to recreate this electrical mining this ancient mining that you're talking about.
We can't.
I'm interested.
We can't because we don't have the ground for it anymore. The ground that we have today has already been discharged. It's already been turned into rock. You can't do it again. If you run an electric current through rock, what you're going to get is like what you got.
Fulgurites.
Yeah. You make a fulgurite if you run electricity.
Okay. Oh, okay. All right. Now we're getting to the brass taxes. So what you're telling me is that we should be able to simulate what you're talking about in the lab.
If you know what you're doing and you have the right materials, absolutely.
Yeah. And I work with plasma physicists that do just this.
But I think you need an electron accelerator to do anything, because that's how I think it works. Because a plasma or whatever you want to call it creates holes. It doesn't make stuff. It destroys things, right?
Well, there's definitely different phases, of plasma. I mean, I think we're all some sort of a anode. I think we're all anode tough dancing along the surface of an electrically charged sphere.
Could be.
You know, we are ourselves composed of minimal energy systems and circuits that are working out the greater grand scale minimal energy, maximum efficiency potential of all possible creatures, because you can't even be born unless you are in that formation.
Yeah,
makes sense. We can look at all creatures and be like, wow, look at the platypus, look at this thing, look at the armadillo, look at that. And it's like, they're all weird creatures to us, but they're all part and parcel of this whole, you know. But anyway, continue. This is great.
Yeah, well, you can see here, buddy, that glacier's coming out of a hole. It is clearly as a bell coming out of a hole. It's because it's pumped out of there. That's how it works. Let's see, do I got a better example of well, here's a glacier. Like, how does that one, where does all that snow come from? This is pumped out of a hole. Those holes are the vertical shafts that the kimberlite is in. That's how they get the rainwater back up north again to come back out again. If there was no way to pump the water that soaks in through the ground, we'd run out of water after a while, wouldn't we?
Yeah, but I don't necessarily think that it's us that's doing it. I think it's probably natural mechanisms of the global electric circuit.
Maybe. But I don't
because this they them is a little it's a little conspiratorial. If you were to add the element of the natural gods or electricity itself, which is what every single religion has deified God as electricity, and most of the time it's Lord of Lords, is electricity and lightning. So a natural accumulation, and possibly, well, I mean, maybe it's a combination of both, you know, because it's still happening to this day.
No, I hear you on that.
Yeah, because through telluric currents right now, there's gold grows in veins off of kimberlite, or not off of kimberlite. Gold grows in veins, oftentimes off of other types of rocks that are forming along the veins, along with that as well. And so does copper, and I mean iron in its native state. I'm not really sure because you were talking about it earlier, but a lot of this stuff still, whether it was formed by humans and the mechanism is anthropomorphized, or whether it was formed naturally, there's still a God element to it, and a supernatural element to it, where it's still happening. It's happening to this day. Like right now, as we speak, these circuits and these currents are working through the earth. We've tried to master and manipulate it. I wouldn't give us that much credit. Maybe ancient miners, like you're talking about, probably had some of this technology. But I would also go so far as to say that it's still naturally happening. And gold is being formed in veins as we speak. It's being accreted electrically through the veins, through pulling electrically the elements out of the other earth in the ground. I don't think that it's completely depleted yet, but maybe we are looking at the residual of it. But yeah, crystals are still growing. Even when you pull a crystal out of its natural formation, and you pull, like for example, amethyst, an amethyst cavity out, it's still growing. It doesn't need the other elements around it to allow it to continue to accrete and to grow into crystals.
I hear you, but I cannot agree with that. I don't think any gold is growing anywhere. I think whatever gold is there, and it was always there. Not always there, but after they created it, I don't think gold grows. I have videos that I've actually shown in post where they pull out amethyst. You know where they pull it out of?
It's a theory that I have, and that's, I don't know. I don't know if I fully believe it or not, but I just came up with it, and I don't know if it's real.
Okay. Yeah, don't think it probably is, because
but the crystals are growing, right? All crystals are growing.
I don't think so.
They're all growing inside of their cavities right now. Like they're accreting. They're the minerals. As long as there's leaching minerals, and as long as there's time inside of wherever their growth is, they're growing.
Have you ever seen? No. Have you ever seen where they pull these amethyst crystals out of? They pull them out of mud. They pull them out of mud, dude. I have various videos where people are pulling out these Herkimer diamonds, which are actually quartz, and they're pulling out amethyst, and they're pulling out big pieces of quartz and all that.
But how were they? So were they? Do you think that's the aftermath of electrical mining? Or do you think they're growing constantly? I mean, they have to be growing. Everything has to be growing, right?
No, I don't think so. I think they grew when they formed when they cooled. The quartz crystals formed when they cooled, after they cooled, and they formed into crystals. And then after that, I don't think they're growing at all. They're capable of providing piezoelectricity if you squeeze them. But when you see where they find these things, they pull them out of mud. And the reason they pull them out of mud is because they're backfills. And the mud that they pull them out of is the hydraulic mud from hydraulic mining. Now there are.
Do you think that's what oil is?
Well, oil, which I haven't done a post about, but I'm working on it. Oil is if you think about a clam, if they use shells as biomineralized shells as to make this stuff, that shell had an animal in it. That animal inside the shell is what oil is. That's where oil comes from. It's from the animals inside the shells.
Okay.
That's what I think. And also certain kinds of plant material, also certain kinds of algae are also it can make oil, and that's where some of the oil comes from too. I think it's algae, not just the bodies of the animals that were in the shells.
Do you think? If this happened before, there would be residual evidence of ancient mining, which does occur in some places, which accounts for some structures. But on the scale that you're talking about, there would be a lot more evidence. Do you think that this evidence melted during large cataclysmic events?
No, I don't think there were any large events like that.
Well, how do you think that the evidence of this ancient miners was destroyed then throughout history?
I don't think it has been destroyed. I think you can see it everywhere. I show it every day on Facebook.
Okay. All right.
You know, the rocks, the caves, the walls, if you were to look at geological maps where they show you what the ground, the different structures in the ground, you'll see they're all shaped like lightning, the spaces in lightning, and that they're all backfills.
Like backfills as in, oh shit, we need to cover this. We need to cover this up. Like
no, not necessarily covering it up, but you gotta dispose of your waste somewhere. You can't have the surface of the earth be nothing but craters from cave. What's that?
It was their sludge.
Yes. Yeah, because like gold, for example, gold goes with quartz. Quartz likes gold, and gold likes quartz, and so the quartz that they remove from the gold and the different materials and all that stuff's got to go somewhere, right? So
yeah, that's what I meant to say. Is quartz.
Yeah. So for example, what the deserts are all the quartz that's removed from the gold. And that's what deserts are. When you look at desert sand, you'll see that they're all basically the same size of particles of quartz. And you have to ask yourself, how does a gabillion pieces of quartz all end up in one spot? It's because they placed it there. Where the deserts are is where they process.
It's mostly made of diorite, though, and diorite is made of diamite, diatom, and diatoms are the things that come out of glaciers. So
okay.
You're right, which is like, you're talking about glaciers, like you're talking about all this stuff, like it's really interesting. There's a correlation that I find too with diatoms and the sand. When you look at it, they're all like, actually there's a symmetry to them, and that comes from them being ancient diatoms. And if you look at diatoms, they're the structure of the glass silicone creatures that secrete out of glaciers, out of the tubes, cylindrical tubes, another cylinder thing that you're talking about, and I'm talking about. Cylinders build bodies, and these bodies are built, and they build symmetry. Cylinders build bilateral symmetry, and they build creatures that are accreted from the heavens into the diatoms and in the sand themselves. So whether humans are a part of this or not, it's definitely accounted for in biology for sure.
I can't say that I know what you're talking diatoms. I'm not really familiar with that, so I really don't know.
No. No, please just Google it real quick. Pop on Google. We can see it.
Okay, let's see.
Sand is made of this, and sand itself is a part of a circuit that is the number one nutrient for the Amazon. So sand from the Sahara is lifted up into the air and is the number one ingredient for the whole Amazon. So the Amazon wouldn't exist if the Sahara wasn't there. So it's part of the another cycle on the Earth.
Oh, a diatom? Diatom?
Yeah, you got it. Yep, diatom.
A diatom, a single celled algae with a cell wall of silica.
Yeah, it's made of glass.
Yeah.
And these little glass particles become the sand.
No, I see what you're saying, but I wouldn't think that would be right.
Well, no, you're talking about glaciers. I'm talking about glaciers. These form out of glaciers. The diatoms, they come out of glaciers. So this is like back to the global electric circuit that's still working to this day. There's definitely some concrescence where we come together to explain this, because what you're explaining is ancient miners is actually some phenomena that I can explain that's still happening to this day. So it doesn't refute what you're saying, and I definitely support, because I think you're definitely onto a lot of really good stuff, but it also shows that this can happen naturally as well, and you don't have to say that it's happening from a person. And I also understand, and I hear you, and you say that the Earth has already been depleted, but I find the evidence of that to not be true.
Well, but I'm talking about native metals, though, buddy. I'm not talking about ore, because there's obviously lots of ore, and we mine ore. We don't mine native metals. We mine ore, and that's what I mean by all the metal is gone already. Not necessarily.
If ancient miners were here and they knew about that ore that existed and all the places that were mining ore, especially the platinum palladium group, then that shit would have been depleted. But that's another market that an underground market, just like diamonds. They keep the radium or rhodium market underground, because that's what people are building their advanced crafts with nowadays, and that stuff would have been mined, right? Don't you think that the rhodium and the palladium platinum metal groups would have been mined?
Well, I think they were. But the miners don't get everything. I mean, look at the gold miners in Alaska. They miss all kinds of stuff in modern day. Same with the miners. I think what ore is basically mining waste that they dump in backfills, and then we mine it afterwards. If you look at what ore is basically got like 1% metal in it, like copper ore, for example. I think it's 1% or 1.5% of the copper ore is actually copper.
Right.
And that's because it's waste. The miners didn't get 100% of everything. No one does. And so what we do is we mine the waste piles of the ancient miners, and that's what ore is. Hard rock.
Go ahead.
Go ahead. Hard rock mining, right? Hard rock mining, that's where they're actually going in there and actually getting original native pieces of the metal in the shape of lightning that wasn't mined yet. Because the ancient miners didn't get every speck of it, and the few places they missed, that's when they find veins of gold and stuff, that's native metal that was there that the miners didn't take. When you take a look at like a gold mine in South Africa, what that is a big hole where the miners piled their mining waste there, and it has some amounts of gold and stuff in it.
That makes a lot of sense too. That definitely makes a lot of sense.
And if you look at gold, you see gold gold and quartz go together. So if they actually did mine all this gold, then one has to ask, well,
So does platinum and palladium metals. If the
all of them. One has to ask, where did all the waste products go? Like, where did all the quartz go? That's what the deserts are.
Okay, so you're rocking my old school theory, which I didn't know. I didn't know if it existed or was real, which is that all crystals are growing, or most crystals are growing as long as they're inside of their as long as there's like leaching from the materials. But I guess that's not true.
I don't think so, because if you look, go ahead.
It's a cooling process. It's a cooling process, like you said, which is what I was taught. I was taught that, and that's how you get the aphonetic and phonetic growth of the larger crystals and smaller crystals. But yeah, you're rocking my world with the fact that it already happened, and we're left with the residuals of what already happened. That's nuts, dude.
Yeah, that's what I'm kind of saying. If you think about quartz for a second, there is no such thing as liquid quartz. Quartz does not weather. Did you know quartz does not weather?
I didn't know that.
Yeah, it's pretty solid. It doesn't go nowhere. And so how do we have all these little pieces of quartz piled up in the desert then?
And what's funny is my boy just bought a plot, a mining share.
Oh yeah.
In Arizona. Well, he's had a couple, and what they were finding is that they had a lot of rhodium, a ridiculous amount of rhodium inside of these crystals, right?
Okay.
And I mean, I'm not sharing too much information because I signed an NDA, but what's happening is rhodium is a controlled market, just like diamonds are a controlled market, and the platinum, palladium metals are a controlled market. And sure, it seems like we are mining off of something that already came through and mined before, because we're finding these crystals all over that are 70% saturated. And he's got I don't know the name of it, but he's got that gun that costs like $40,000 to scan and show you what's inside of the crystal.
Oh.
And it was 70% rhodium, dude. So I had these crystals at my house, and he's got just tons and tons, and it's like beyond the fortune of Elon Musk. And they're just sitting out there all over, everywhere in the Arizona desert. And you got to ask yourself, like, we were trying to figure out exactly the process of, condensing it and everything. I'm not going into detail, but turning it into a sponge metal, because that's what people buy and sell. So there's a long process turning the crystal into a sponge metal. But dude, I'm telling you, the entire, there's platinum, palladium everywhere, and rhodium, and they're saying that there's none. There's only like 2 or 3, maybe 4 mines inside of America. Like I'm saying, it's a controlled market.
Okay.
But it's the most expensive metal that exists. It was last year $20,000 a gram. So this is the kind of stuff that's important to pay attention to. You know, like as far as anybody who's trying to look for futures, this exists. And the fact that they didn't take it, kind of like, it could have been sludge, because rhodium in its raw metal form doesn't exist. You have to turn it into rhodium.
Okay.
You know,
Yeah, I'm not very familiar with that, so I'm not up to speed with what you're talking about, really.
It kind of goes along with all your other metals. I'm just a little bit knowledgeable, a little bit in that department, but it does make sense that maybe they charged what was there, and a lot of what was being sucked into the circuit is a result of these platinum palladium rich what were you quartz crystals as it built the solid metals, and then they took the solid metals out just like Lichtenberg figures and left, or whatever they did with it.
I mean, it's hard to say. I mean, the Earth is a big place, so maybe they got all the rhodium they needed and they didn't care about the little amount they left.
Right, exactly. So where do you hypothesize they went?
Well, after to build the next Earth, they take the metal that they make from one Earth, they use it to make the next one.
That's what we would do. That's what we would do. Yeah, that's exactly what we would do as a what is that? There's different grades of civilization, like a grade 2 or grade 3 civilization. I forget the word for it.
Type 2, type 1, I think.
Yes. Yep. You got it. So where do you think we're at on that? And do you think do you think the ancient miners took off and they're in the future, or what do you think?
My guess is they're mining on Earth right next to us. Right now, there's another Earth so many miles away from us. And I would imagine there's a bunch of them. Because I doubt this was the first one, because the Earth is a huge place. You don't build a huge place the first time you do this. So do
you think that humans are leftover species of what they were?
No, I think we're clones. We you and I, we're not clones because we were born, but the original people here were clones. I know this is all going to sound crazy because we're going to go to crazy places,
not at all.
But in my opinion, we came here in 1833. That's when life as humans began on the Earth.
Wow, that's a new twist.
1833.
I'd love to hear the plot twist on that, because my great grandfather was president of the United States, Zachary Taylor, apparently. Really? Yeah, really? And I never knew that growing up until I was way later in life. And I'm like, man, you guys should have told me that when I was growing up in school. I would have been. No, I don't want to be president. No way. Heck no.
By the way, do you see the kimberlite thing I got showing there?
I do, yep.
That's where you find your diamonds, or backfills. You can see that it matches almost perfectly the Blue Spring Cave in Tennessee. Well, it's not perfect, but you can see it's the same thing. And these areas where they're mining kimberlite, that was a quarry, and they backfilled it with waste. And inside this waste is diamonds.
But I hear stories that of natives that have seen, like, it's not a joke what I'm talking about with this rainbow serpent. It is lightning. It is electrical discharge moving through the planet. So do you think that they could be doing it simultaneously during ancient civilizations, or?
I don't think so. I don't think there was any ancient civilizations. I do not believe there were Mayans. I do not believe there was Incas. I do not believe all of these old ancient people. They never existed. The ancient sites were all built by the miners to fool everybody to think that there was ancient people that lived here and that we evolved here over a long period of time, when actually we didn't. We came in 1833. And I don't know if you've ever looked into the orphan trains and all that stuff, but if you go and look, you'll see that in the very beginning, around the 1850s, there was very few people anywhere, and all the pictures show very few people. And if you look at the pictures of the people back then, you'll see that everybody looked similar, that everybody looked alike, because everyone was a clone. Not the same clone, different clones, but if you look at the old pictures, you'll see all the orphans, they all look the same.
That's a completely twisted plot twist. I was not.
Oh, that's well, I got a lot of crazy ideas I put together. that's probably the craziest, but everybody thinks everything I talk about is crazy until they start looking at it. And I would suggest that my idea that we came here in 1833, if you really looked at it, you would begin to think that, well, this guy might be right about that too, if you just looked at it.
Yeah. Shit, dude.
Because all the buildings that were here, there's no way we built them. There's no way we built New York City.
I don't know.
There wasn't enough people.
We built the cathedrals. I mean, there's cathedrals that are way more beautiful, and temples in India that are way more beautiful.
Absolutely, but I would tell you that those were made by the ancient miners. Everything. I know it's a boring story that it was the ancient miners did everything and then we got here, but that's, I think, what really happened.
So when did the ancient miners get here?
I don't know. They would have took thousands and thousands and thousands of years to do all this stuff. To build the earth, to set it up first, to mine would have took 1,000 years. To mine it would have took thousands of years.
So you think all of a sudden the new recreation of reality was born in 1933 or 1833?
Yes. The reason they brought us here. Have you ever seen any of those TV shows of life after people?
After death stories, near death experiences?
No. There's I forget if it was the History Channel or somebody did a series of programs about life after people. And they would do a show like, okay, 1 day after people, 2 days after people, and what starts to happen to the world when there's no people to maintain it anymore, and how trees and everything would overgrow the cities and blah, 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 and blah, blah, blah. That's why they put us here, to keep the place in check while they're gone until they return. And that's a whole nother story too.
So let me ask you the christening of our birth in 1833. What's that all about?
Well, they basically they raised us in incubators and started putting people on the earth. And if you look back into the 1800s at that stuff, you'll see there's the photographs of these incubators. There's businesses with signs on the windows about it. It's quite interesting. I know it sounds crazy, but let me see if I got some stuff I can show you real fast.
Okay. But that's science futurism. That's like the roaring 20s of like the futurism of we how we condense. The whole idea here is how to figure out how to put lightning into a bottle, or how to condense lightning, and that's why the plasma physicists were the first people that got us into understanding what electricity is. Mm-hmm. So when was electricity invented?
Way before us.
When do you? Okay, you're right. When was modern day electricity invented? Right around the time you're talking.
Well,
right.
when people came in 1833, there was already electricity here. Right? They already had it set up.
I don't know how you reach that conclusion. Really?
Yeah, I know it sounds crazy. Are you looking at the picture I got up there?
Yeah.
Yeah, those are the kinds of things that we can't just dismiss, though. Like, who are all these kids? Where do they all come from?
Well,
Why were so many kids forced to work? Because there wasn't any adults. That's why.
And this happens reoccurrent in history. That's happening right now in the United States. That's why Elon Musk literally came out and he said that we need to have 2.3 children, per couple in order to keep the United States going.
Yeah.
There's a lot of places that are facing this shortage. The reason why China actually lifted the ban, which is population control, a form of population control, back a long time ago. Remember how forever you could only have one child in China?
Yeah.
And they'd kill all the women, and because the boys were more lucrative, they'd make more money. So a female Chinese woman is looked at as prosperity in the United States. I don't know if you know that, but you have public figure after public figure after public figure with a Chinese female woman, or Asian woman, and if you look at it, that's just naturally what happens in civilizations. They build up, and then all of a sudden there's not enough children. There's not enough. A lot of the time, what happens in the culture, if you study the rise and fall and the declination of culture, in a society, the rise and fall of a collapse of a society, or an empire. It turns what's right is wrong and what's wrong is right, and then there's a tipping point, and then at that point, naturally, the males become female and the females become male, and there's a lot of different disassociation and lesbian and homophobic, or not homophobic, lesbian and gay interaction, and very awkward interactions that happen at the disintegration. And that's at the same time where there's a tipping point in the civilization, where there's an abundance of children and not enough adults to take care of them. And that happens time and time again.
I hear you, but I don't know that I can agree with that.
That's fine. I've studied it time and time. I've studied it time and time again. I'm still trying to follow your 1833 theory here.
I hear you, but look at these guys. They all look the same, don't they? Could you pick out your friend in there? It's like, George, where are you in there?
Yeah, but guess what? All white people think a lot of the time other cultures look the same, and all other cultures think white people look the same.
Yeah.
So that's not a distinguishing scientific.
I hear you. Look, everything I talk about is kind of crazy, so I don't expect anybody to believe anything I say in the first 5 minutes. But it just takes a lot of looking into it to reach these conclusions. You can't reach a conclusion in 10 minutes.
I want you to show me more proof of the 1933 and why the hell you think it's 1933 and who was president, and keep going.
Well, I base the date just because, I just kind of making it up, to be honest, because I don't know the exact date. All I know is the pictures that you see from the 1800s, there's barely anybody there. I know when you look at the Civil War and all that stuff, you'll see these kind of things never happened, blah, blah, blah. You got the orphan trains. You got no history of who made these buildings.
Right. Still to this day, there's misinformation and disinformation, and you got to be careful on what you're presenting yourself. If you're presenting misinformation, disinformation, truth, but even then, they could be okay. Still to this day, there is fake cities that exist in the United States that are military cities that nobody knows about.
Okay.
Period. And they always existed. There's always a facade on top of a facade on top of a facade. So this possibility, I'm there. I guess I'm just coming at it, trying to figure out the full facade that was pulled over on us in 1833.
Well, some things I can easily prove, right? I can show you pictures of caves and rocks and stuff, and those are easy to talk about. This kind of topic, it's not easy to prove and talk about because there's just not a lot of stuff there.
Yeah,
how do
because
you?
cameras didn't exist before then.
Yeah, so how do you really prove some of this stuff? It's kind of difficult,
right.
And the way I look at it, at the time of the mining, there could not have been people living here. So how could you mine the whole earth and have people living there at the same time? You couldn't. So it seems logical to me that people came after the mining, and the question then becomes, when did they come? And if there were, for example, Native American Indians and all this running around, they would have lived in these buildings. They wouldn't have lived in teepees in the middle of a dry desert. They'd have lived in these buildings that were already there.
Not if they were unapproachable or if the pictures couldn't capture.
Yeah, but you can still see these old buildings, and you can see they're empty. They're shuttered up. All the windows are closed.
There's still abandoned buildings. Dude,
Huh?
buildings become abandoned all the time. There's gorgeous castles of abandoned buildings.
Yeah. Why are they abandoned? That's the thing.
Because the plumbing goes awry, because it was built in the wrong spot. It's too cold. They thought it was going to be good. They had to figure out the climate. Like climates change.
Yeah.
Places that were once rich and fertile become desolate.
No, I hear you. Look, parts of my story I can prove pretty well. Some parts of the story is a work in progress.
As it always is.
Yeah. So this whole 1833 thing is a work in progress, and I've put a lot of stuff together on it, and I can't say for sure that I'm absolutely right, but I'm pretty confident I am. For lots of different reasons.
I'm just trying to ask the impetus, like, was it the, I don't know when the camera was invented, but was it what was it? What happened in 1930 or 1833 that?
Oh, where do I come up with the 33 date? I used to say 1850, right? And then I realized that the first World's Fair was 1833. So I switched my 1850 date to 1833. Somewhere around there.
Fuck yeah. And I'm naming this the World's Fair, which is the best in the world. Yes.
So the world's fairs were to show us things. And when you look at stuff like All right, buddy. When do you think the first gold in America was discovered?
I'd say the 1850s boom, right? The 1850s rush.
Yeah.
That's
What-
right when that's right when apparently the guy was assassinated that was associated with my blood lineage.
Do you think really that no one discovered gold in the time of George Washington? During the time that they
No, they knew what gold was. They just didn't have a gold rush in California.
well, the gold rush hadn't happened, but they hadn't discovered gold yet. How could somebody only discover gold in I think it's 1846, if I remember correctly. How could no one before 1846 have found gold in the United States? And there's so many things that have happened that has a date in the 1850s. The first time this happened, the first time that happened, it's always right around 1850. Because that's when everybody got here and grew to an adult. And that's why they told everybody to go west, young man.
Guess who's always telling you when the first was?
What?
Guess who's always telling you when the first this and the first that was? The Brits. British. The Brits are telling you when this happened and when that happened.
Yeah, well, I'm not sure about where all that information comes from, but it seems like a lot of discoveries were made in the 1800s, and everything seemed to happen in the 1800s because that's kind of when it started.
Well, when was Benjamin Franklin alive?
He wasn't.
That was after?
I don't think any of those people existed. Anybody before 1833 never happened. It's all stories.
That's an interesting approach.
Yeah, I know it sounds crazy, but it had to start somewhere. So the question is, when did people first get here? Because the miners were 9 feet tall. So when did we start? And I know we had to have started after the mining had finished.
Well, there's clear civilizations that existed in the other continents, way before that. And
Yeah, but how can we say that for sure, though?
Well, with the structures that were built.
Okay, but how do we know who built them?
The written history inside of the scrolls from China.
I've done work on these scrolls. I don't know if I've done the ones that you're talking about because I don't remember anything from China. But all the ancient scrolls I look like, they're all written out of electric rocks. They're found in caves, like the Dead Sea Scrolls. So I'm gonna, the idea that you could just go walk into a cave somewhere and find a piece of paper or whatever you want to call those things, I just doesn't sound believable to me. And I don't see how ancient people with sticks and stones and copper tools could make all those things. There's no way they did. So we know the miners were here. We know they have the technology to do this. So what are the odds that the miners did it? It seems more likely to me that the miners built the pyramids than people with copper tools built the pyramids.
Well, what do you think they were built for?
To create fake history, to get you to believe that there were ancient people here all this time. I think the pyramids are a mining waste pile or a cave cone underneath, and they piled limestone bricks on the outside of it. Look at all these ancient structures. They're in the middle of nowhere. Where are the roads that go with all these things? Where is the houses that all the people lived that should have gone with all these things? Where are all those people? Where are all the ancestors of the people that built the pyramids? As a matter of fact, think about something. What family has family heirlooms that go back prior to 1850? No one. How come? My sister has all the rings
in America. In America, not in other countries. Other countries, there's heirlooms that go back way longer than that.
Are you sure?
Yeah,
in a museum.
and not only a museum, but books that were written in 1493
Yeah,
and all the other stuff that was written.
no, I hear you on that, but that's when I put my lawyer cap back on and I say, hey, that's hearsay. That doesn't count. A book doesn't count. Somebody's written words is hearsay. That doesn't mean it happened. I need proof of things before I believe they actually happened, and the written word is the most unreliable proof there is for anything.
So you're saying that nothing existed before the camera because you need visual proof to believe it.
No. If you got to look at the totality of all the evidence, and when you do, we didn't have the technology to build these things. Did you know every railroad in the world is shaped like lightning?
Yeah, because minimal energy configurations, we move from paths of least resistance.
Yeah, but when you look at for example, let me pull up a railroad map here.
So do all the critters and all the creatures and everything exists in paths of least resistance.
I'll agree with that.
Yeah.
I'll agree with that. But if you look at this map, this is 1890. Look at those railroads. There is 1 million miles of railroads in the United States in 1890.
And they took it all out.
Well, there's less railroads today. We don't even need all these railroads. There's less railroads.
Yeah, they took the majority of them out because they were trying to force people to buy cars.
Well, they took them out because they didn't need them anymore because the mining was over and you didn't need all this railroad tracks. That's why the railroad tracks that are there in the first place, because the railroad tracks bordered the quarries, and that's how they moved the metal out of the quarries. They put them on trains, and they moved them away. There is no way in 1890 that people with horse and buggies created all these railroads. It's not just the laying down of steel on the ground. It is the shaping of the ground and the creating of the understructure that the railroad sits on would be a massive, just a tremendous amount of work that there's no way that people that in a short period of time built all the railroads, built all the roads, built all the canals, built all those giant buildings in a matter of just a small number of decades. There wasn't even enough people to do this. There wasn't where are all the quarries that built all the railroad steel? Where's all the foundries, the metal, the steel factories that made all the metal for these rails? They don't exist. There is no foundational evidence showing the making of all these things. They don't exist, and that's why I say we didn't make them. We couldn't possibly have made them. I mean, look at those railroad tracks on there, buddy. We did all that in the 1850s? No way. There's just not enough people.
That was before cars were around.
Yeah.
That was the only way of transportation. So we were forced into import export, and we definitely built these railroads. And the richest tycoons in the world who are controlling the capital today are the heirs of the tycoon railroad boom, which they were built by Irish slaves. They were brought from Ireland, and I'm Irish myself. And they didn't even have black people working on these because the black people were too valuable. The black people were actually more valuable slaves, so they would work on the fields and they would work in the houses, whereas the Irish people would work building the railroads and building the highways. So that's how it happened.
That's what they say. Look at this picture I got there right now.
That's my history. We were worthless. were more worthless than black people. We were the bottom of the barrel. There was nothing worse than an Irish person, an Irish drunk. There was nothing worse. An Irish fighting drunk. They were good for fighting and getting drunk. That's it.
Look at this picture here where they've got a horse and buggy and they're dropping the dirt down there to make the understructure of where they're going to put a railroad track, allegedly. Do you know how much work it would have done the whole world with a horse and buggy?
Yeah, it was the best. It was the best way to transport the fuel, the coal, the industry, the steel, everything, the copper, everything that built the whole industry age.
I hear you.
The industrial age. The
I
industrial age was built without cars. We had electrical cars before we had gas powered vehicles.
This sounds right, but how did all that happen? There's no way we did all that.
Because of the plasma physicists that harnessed plasma, and I think what you're talking about is we got the wool pulled over our eyes. There were plasma physicists that bottled power and showed us electricity, and this happened, and they showed us that we could have powerless or wireless energy. People like Tesla showed us that we could do powerless energy over the world, but then instead of that, they chopped down all the timber. If you look at how much of a disturbance that humans put on the earth, it's not hard to understand that we chopped down almost all the trees in North America. The people used to live in trees. There was huge sycamores of people, gigantic sycamores that people would live in. Most of the time it was outlaws, but they would live in the forest inside these trees. They're so big. We caused such a disturbance that we cut all this timber down, and it's already grown back again several times over.
Yeah.
So it's not hard to believe that not only did the railroad tycoons work on blood money and to create this, but not only the railroad tycoons, but the fur trade. The fur trade was all blood too.
Yeah.
And it was Mad Hatters, and it was all this boom that you're talking about. This Victorian boom happened because there was not enough money to go around, and everyone was trying to figure out how to sell, how to make money, and actually create worthless material, like things like extravagant hats, gloves, scarves, things that you don't necessarily need. I guess that's stuff that you need, but more like the Victorian era, where they had a boom. Then following this boom, they realized how you can mass produce things, which many different civilizations already figured out before then. China figured out how to mass produce all sorts of different things. They like I said, the mysteries of the world still exist. Before what you're talking about, before 1833, these enigmas exist and were constructed by humans. And they look like humans. It's not just a ploy.
I may hear you on all that, but I don't know. Look at the picture here. Are they building the railroads, Buddy, or are they digging them out? They're digging them out.
Yeah, they're digging them out on purpose to force people to drive Ford automotive.
No, here they're allegedly building the railroads. They're not digging them out. They're not destroying. These are photos where they say they're building the railroads. But when you look at photos of them building the railroads, you can see that in none of the photos are they actually building a railroad. The railroad is already there. In these pictures here, you can see the tracks are already there. In the bottom picture in the middle, you can see that track runs under that big pile of dirt. Why? Because it was already here.
Okay, where are your pictures sourced from? And also, like I'm saying, they tore the tracks out a lot of the time on purpose after they were already weathered.
Oh, yeah, they did get rid of a lot of tracks. There's no doubt about
they're
that.
still there. They're still there. They're still there. All the tracks that they're trying to get rid of, they're still there.
Yeah,
I mean,
this is true. This is true. Look, I can't vouch for almost any picture you find on the internet, but you know, these are, you know, for example, these pictures here, you know, if I Google, you know, building of the railroads, and you find articles where they tell you about how they built the railroads and blah, 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 and these are the pictures that they show. But when I look at the pictures, I see people digging railroad tracks that were covered in the mud flood. That's what I see. And those tracks are already there. I can't honestly find one picture where I can say they look like they're building the railroad. Every picture where you see where they show that, you know, in an article or whatever it is showing in the building of the railroads, you can see no one's actually laying any track down. They're basically digging them out.
okay, when did railroads exist in our history?
Railroads were built by the miners out the outside borders of the quarries, and that's how they took it away. That's how they took the minerals away. So the railroads were built thousand years ago.
According to modern day, when were railroads and steam engines? When was our day and history for steam engines? And
I knew this was, but I forget. Let's see. First railroad in America. How about that? Let's see. What's it say? First chartered railroad, United States, New Jersey Railroad Company, 1815.
okay, so the first car was built in they say 18 like 1890 or something, 1915. It's between those two eras. There was electric cars before then, but since 1915, look at how much we've advanced.
Yeah.
Okay, so you look at railroads. If railroads were first in the United States in 1815, you can look at 1815 to 1915 when a car was invented and see the advance from railroad to civilization, the industrial age.
Yeah.
So,
but the question becomes, who still built all those railroads in that short time period? Because this first railroad track in 1815 was just a tiny little track somewhere. It wasn't the whole country. And that very first railroad train was not a modern train, not a modern 1850s train either. It was a crappy little train. I just see that as being an impossible task to build all the railroad tracks with the technology that existed in the 1800s.
if the only way that you can possibly move anything from point A to point B is with rail, you will use all the manpower possible to get things from point A to point B versus on horse and buggy.
Absolutely. But no one had the money to build all that. I just see it as an impossible task that if you look at the populations, there's just not enough people. If you look into when the first boundary was made, and there was no place to make all this steel. I mean, my God, that's 1 million miles of track. Where was the factory that made this steel? When was the first, let's see, first steel plant in America? First steel plant in America. According to an article on steel, the first American steel plant was built by the Pennsylvania Steel Company in 1866. So if the first steel plant was created in 1886, you know that was just one little steel plant. How did in 1866, what was the day of that map, 1889? So in 23 years, they built all the railroad track in the United States?
You're definitely finding some beautiful discrepancies on that.
like I said, this stuff takes a lot of looking into. You're not going to believe it in 5 minutes or 5 hours. It takes a little bit of time to look into all this. And when you really do, you'll see there was no places available to make all these things. Hell, the first quarry, they didn't have the first quarry in the United States until the 1890s or something like that. So I just don't see how it's possible.
So maybe we shipped in the steel from. Let's look at first steel plant. Let's look at first steel plant in UK or something. Because if we all were supposedly came from British or British.
Okay. The first iron and steel plant was set up in India. How come it's not giving me a date?
Because they're trying to hide it.
No, maybe that's actually taking me to the first steel plant in India versus the first steel plant ever.
Oh, first steel plant in the world. Type in the world. Oh, 1880s. Wait, no, that ain't right.
James Erskine was the first to set up a small factory of iron around 1870, known as the Bengal Iron Works Company. So that was 1870. But I'm not sure if they're talking about, let's see, first steel plant in the world.
Yeah.
The world. According to this, 1901, so that can't be right. The history of steel, Wikipedia.
Oh, maybe it wasn't made out of steel. They're iron. Yeah, that's why it is. Yeah, the tracks are made of iron, not steel.
Oh, well, I guess I just loosely just forget what I'm talking about and use them interchangeably badly. Let's see.
The first, because if you look up the first steel plant, it was probably way before then. And if it's made out of steel, then that would make a lot more sense.
Yeah, I don't know. Are railroad tracks made of steel or iron? I don't know.
I think steel. I think steel was invented before then.
Well, according to the Wikipedia, the history of steel goes from 1850 to 1970, which can't be right. Oh, that's just because they're given a time period from that time to that time. But it looks like the beginning date's around 1850. Just like I said with everything was invented in the 1850s.
What the fuck, dude? You're tripping me out, man. This is a fucked up podcast.
Buddy, I have put thousands of hours into this stuff. And
I can tell.
I don't say things lightly. I don't, just speak on a whim. I don't make claims unless I think I can prove them. And
so who invented the steam engine? Was it in America? And railroads and things like that, because you don't have to have a steam engine to invent a railroad, because you had old school ways how to do it, right?
First record. Let's see. No, wait. Where is that? First steam engine. First steam engine invented in 1869. It says. But that's just a little contraption thing, right? It's not like a railroad.
Holy crap! So wait, what we're saying here, literally what you're saying is that all of this stuff was invented after the rails were already there.
Yeah. But when something was really invented, it might not even be accurate when they say that things are invented.
Yeah.
So it was the first railroad engine built in 18 whatever? No, because the ancient miners had railroad engines. But I don't think they were the engines that we see in the 1850s, so they would not have used coal-powered trains to do this stuff.
So you're saying we adapted our technology to the rails that already existed?
Yes, absolutely.
Hmm.
They left us those coal engines to use them. Whatever they used, they used something else, and they would have took those things with them when they go by the next Earth.
And we're just the residuals left behind?
We're the caretakers until some future day. Otherwise, the place would be overgrown with all the cities would be ruined. All the plants would just crawl all over the buildings and destroy the roads, destroy the railroads. Everything would be ruined after a period of time with nobody here. And that's why we're here. And to do the whatever mining that's left.
Wow.
I tell a crazy story. I don't even know if I told you all the craziness, but that's at least some of it.
Yeah. Well, we'll have to pick up on the rest of the craziness on a different episode. But
yeah,
this has been extremely enlightening and perspective changing, to say the least.
Awesome.
So thanks for coming on, Mike. Mike Ferreira, right?
Yep, Mike Ferreira. Yeah, it's been a pleasure talking to you, buddy. I appreciate you inviting me on, and I had a really good time with this discussion. It's very interesting. You're a pleasure to talk to.
Thank you. Same here. Where can we find your content at?
Right now, I'm only on Facebook. If you just
All right.
search my name, Mike. Well, a lot of people tell me they can't find me on Facebook because Facebook doesn't want you to find me. But if you search my name, Mike Ferreira, Ferreira, hopefully you'll find me. Maybe if you can't find me by that name, type in Ancient Minor Earth and you might find me. But I have a lot of people that tell me they can't find me because I'm kind of shadow banned a lot because they don't want me to show you these things.
Yeah, we know how the shadow banning goes. That's for
Yeah.
sure.
Yeah. Hopefully I'll be expanding out to YouTube here pretty soon in some different places and maybe be a better place to look at my stuff.
Yeah, for sure. It'd be great to have more YouTube presentations. You can join us on our podcast here and try to explain and refute or whatever your information. But feel free to answer the call whenever we call. Ramon likes to call a couple times a week.
Yeah, I'd be happy to chit chat with you guys.
Awesome. Thank you again, Mike, and we'll hear from you again.
Okay, buddy. Nice talking to you. You have a good one. Good night.
You too, brother. All right. Have a good night. Bye.
geometric view is love is watching product. Love is watching being. Thank you for doing that. Keep your eyeballs out. Pay attention. There's a lot going down this year. Be vigilant. Be mindful. Be insightful. Be loving. Thank you for being here. Thank you for being kind. Share the love. Spread the love. Become the love. Amen.
Life is eternal, hope and thirsty. Life tall. Eyes all over the wall, eyes all over your body. Can I just see straight through with transparent golden scaling? The largest of the atom must embark on this because this is the journey. The journey is life. Take hold. Here we go. 3, 2, 1. Join us in the fight for Christ, in the fight to save lives. Surprise, submersible, so fast, the first, the last of baptism, need to say more. Pay attention like the marrow in your bones, zero in your back, arrow in your lungs, zero into the fact, tertiary Christian neurons, synapses and narrow endurance into eternity. I'm a courier, a charismatic attitude, modern meters even meter, it might even be fun. Cider indeed, need nerds, you need nerds, need a virtue, need to be a reason. Feasibility to be a reason to be clean and sober, keys, open doors, signs of directions. Be the carrier of candlesticks, the man who brought you change. Every second you ride, into it, you ribbon, you pivot, potential, you curvy cat. Could be cold, could be copycat, could be copy corpse, could be Schrodinger's best. Could be micro actor, Mackie normal, open-minded, itsy bitsy, freaking huge. A universal supermassive aspect of attached awareness. Aware of this all? Collaborative consumption. Are you aware of this all? Collaborative consumption. The new thing, consumption. Collaborative consumption. Consumption. Get up now! Out of the boat! Drop! Where did this up? We don't got about it, girl. But about it, it's not about it, got us here. Get up, what's up? Shout out, chapter. I'm in search of, I'm in earth love, I'm in living life, I'm in living color, I'm in airdrop, I'm an earth thing, I'm an earth thing, I'm an earth thing, I'm an earth thing.